I'm gonna get this Sunday. So you might notice a few changes since earlier. Well, for one, can you hear me? Thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay. We're using the camera that Mr. Stephanie bought me for Christmas, but didn't arrive until after. So, welcome to it.
If we can go in and raise the volume on the mic, it helps. It's decently quiet.
But it's sort of muffled. Okay, let me adjust. I am talking a little bit lower than usual. Alright, let's go into audio. Mic volume. We'll stop at 100. How about now?
There's a lag.
I know, I don't like the lag though.
Go up a little more. Just go all the way up.
We're just gonna go all the way up, which is 200%.
You're talking loud.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm trying to make sure everyone in the room hears
That'll
me.
work. Just leave it there. We're good. All right.
We're gonna make sure everyone in the back hears me. You know, on the back 40. Alright, let me get out of here. Alright, we're gonna have to adjust a little bit, and we were in the middle of doing some solos, so let me show you so far. Okay. So we're going to from right there. So that's my background. That's my new background so far. And then we're gonna pan around here really quick. So let's see. I'm trying to. Yeah, you're gonna have to get him out of the window. My senior dog does not like my neighbors. And when I mean neighbors, I mean it's nighttime and they're in kennel, so if you don't like it. I'm doing alright. I was late on my shot this week. Well, last week. I had some blood sugar issues, and it didn't dawn on me until about 48 hours passed that I had failed to take it. I've lost enough weight that instead of it raising my blood sugar, it actually drops it now. So gut wise, it's, y'all can hear me, right? It's a good level.
Yeah, I was hearing you just fine. So I took my earbud out.
So let's see. I'm gonna go in and say hi to everybody. We're not doing sales tonight. I am gonna read over the description before we get started. Thank you, Jeffrey. This necklace, I actually purchased it from the tool guys. I believe Mike was selling with Marjorie and Denise that night. I might be wrong, but it was from the tool guys. This is a statement piece. It's a vintage Chico. I purchased it especially for tonight. And I actually had to get the rest of my outfit to go with the necklace. So it's acrylic, I believe. But it's got some weight. I'll wait here in a bit. I don't know if I'll wear it the whole night, but yeah, it's blingy. It's pretty. I love it. Would you like to see a picture from today? Absolutely. Drop me an email. Drop me an email, honey.
Now that we're not selling, we got time.
I mean, I won't be able to check it until later. Alright, I'm just gonna scroll through my device so then I don't have to. Okay. Alright. Kraken Mary, welcome in, girl. How are you? I'm doing. I am ready to put 2024 to bed for real. We're putting 2024 in a chastity belt and we're throwing the key away. 2024 misbehaved in so many ways for so many people. I know they understand. Jeffrey, welcome in. Rachel, welcome in. Well, yeah, I totally agree. 100% could have been on your end, but hopefully I'm not blaring everybody's ears out because I just put it up to 200. The camera's new for me tonight, so we may just have to adjust. But I can see myself clear. Like, I can see like my pupils. So, Kraken Mary, how are you? How is Kraken doing? I know it's been a rough end of the year for the both of you, health-wise. You don't have to get into all that. Let's see, before we get going, let me read the description that way. Anyone going, I'm not sure how long we'll be here. We may pull an all-nighter. The last time I did one of these, even though it wasn't under this description, it was an all-nighter. and we're willing to go all night if the need's there. So it says, welcome to the back porch where y'all can let your hair down, bring your own drink. In my case, it's water. I know it says Mountain Dew, but come on, it's water. Kick your feet up and just be you. And honestly, that's what I'm asking anyone to do in 2025. Just be yourself, okay?
Have fun.
Have fun, and you know, I'm not saying we can't be real and we can't express, hey, we're having a rough day or whatever, but there's going to be a forum for that. The back porch for us is that avenue. You're fine, honey. If you come back later, that's fine too. You got little ones, girl. I'm glad to see you. Know I'm praying for you. No, I appreciate when you are here. Welcome, Sarah Jenkins. I'm doing good. I feel like I got some road rash from 2024. I'm not even gonna lie, but I'll tell you what. The Lord prepared me for 2024. A year ago today, we were getting ready to put 2023 to bed, and I knew I was going into 2024 losing two pivotal people in my life. And I lost them in less than 6 months of each other. And then we begun a business and been trying to get it off the ground ever since. And there's been obstacles, but those obstacles have only strengthened who we are. It's taught us who we don't want to be, who it's, you know. So anyway, I'm gonna finish my description. All right, so just be you. Come on by and sit for a bit. Come and go as you may, or hang out the whole time. We're just glad y'all came by, and honestly, we are. The last time I did one of these, there was times there was only one or two people active in the chat or just watching, right? Some of y'all went to bed and came back. You know, no one is expected to be here. I know there's channels on this evening. He has to go to the doctor on the 6th for a test. Okay. I did give Mr. Stephanie Kraken 411. And so Mr. Stephanie, of course, you know, needed a couple of days for himself. And so he's getting balanced out and he'll be ready to go again. Let's see. Alright, things discussed here. This is very important. Yeah, I know. The symptoms he was telling us about last month mimic a condition that I'm familiar with from loved ones. Y'all, I vape, so disclosure. I'm aware I cannot monetize this video. Honestly, even on the last day of 2024, I'm not sure I want to be monetized. I'm still on the fence. So, girl, believe me, I am praying for him and for you. And if y'all need someone to talk to, you know, it's right here. It's that close to me. Anytime, honey, okay? Y'all are not a burden. It's what friends are there for. Things discussed here. So, on the back porch, It's important, and I want everyone to understand it, and I'll do my best to throw a couple of reminders about this throughout. Things discussed here can be triggering to anyone sensitive to trauma-based experiences. Use caution when visiting, and if you need to step away, it's okay. Ain't no one gonna judge you. Maybe a lurker, but I mean, we've been doing that for a couple months now, so it's all good. This forum is for educational and entertainment purposes only. I put that in there so then, not that raw life is entertaining, but it is for some. It's not the entertainment I mean. That's just to keep us from being flagged for any ridiculous reason. Only and should never supplement the advice of healthcare professionals. And when I'm talking about healthcare, I'm talking as a whole, not one side or the other, okay? There's actually a multifaceted to healthcare, all right? It's not just physical, right? Before we get started, there are a few guidelines. I don't think any of us need to have rules, but some folks forget their place. And so we have some guidelines. Our space right here and in the chat, this chat is for everybody, all right? This chat is meant for everyone to feel comfortable. I know there are a couple people, for valid reasons, do not feel comfortable because they feel attacked. I'm not naming names. I'm not throwing stones. So please don't take it that way. If I see any abusive behavior in the chat, I will, depending on the extent of it, give you a warning. Otherwise, there's an echo. Wonder why there's an echo. All right, give me a second, John.
I wonder if the mic on the computer's up.
Give me a second.
I mean, worst case scenario, we just go switch cameras.
We could do that, but give me a second to try to do it here. Go to settings. Audio. Mr. Stephanie, you don't have your device volume on at all, do you?
No.
Yeah, I just want to eliminate.
No, normally I have an earbud. I took it out.
No, you're fine. Here, let's. Is there still an echo?
Reduce that down on that volume.
That's what it just did.
I don't hear one, but I think that's what it was doing with reverbing. She might bring it. Where'd you take it to? Like 100?
143 is what
Take it down to like 100.
Why don't we take it to 101?
That works.
Okay, we're going to drop it to 101. If I need to speak up, let me know.
Yeah, it's gone.
All right, we are at 101 for volume. It's gone. All right, good deal. All right, so the guidelines. Our space, and I say our, not just me and Mr. Stephanie. If you're not here, then it's just us, right? So, when I say our, I mean all of us. Must remain safe. That means that if you're having a rough time, regardless if it's tonight, okay? If you know you're just extra sensitive, you can't people, stay out of the chat. The reason for that, when people feel attacked and they know that certain people come into chat, so they stay out, even though they know I have their back. It's an issue. All right, it looks brighter.
It looks bright, but okay. Because I said new camera, new problem. Part of it is because you're up close to it, and I had this up.
Is that better? Here, let me try this too.
Yeah, that looks.
How's this? You gotta get used to a camera and all that, so I appreciate y'all bearing with us. FYI, full disclosure, I vape. Thank you, John. I know, vaping on screen, you can't monetize that video. I'm still on the fence on being monetized. I'm almost halfway there, FYI, minus the subs. Alright, so yeah, that's the thing. Our space has to remain safe, right? If you misbehave in the chat tonight or any other time, alright, sorry. Yeah, I froze.
You're moving. Good. That's your device or something.
I don't know if I'm gonna let you in on the back porch tonight.
Wow.
See, this is what happens after 21 years. Oh, yeah. Where is it? Guess what? This guy is being, I don't want to put him there. I'll put him back over there. I'll put him back over there. He's being retired. Yep, new start. We're going to leave it all behind. 2024 is going in a chastity belt, and we are losing the key. We're melting that shit down, and we're dropping it in the mountain.
We get a new mask? Not exactly.
So let me get through the rest of the guidelines. He can't wait. He's ready to get up there. All right. So if you cannot, it says if you, it meant to say, so I'll have to fix that later. If you can't stand the heat, stay off the porch. Okay. Kind of like if you can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen. Same deal. We are all adults here, or should be. Okay, this is not for minors. Not because we're going to be showing anything, but we're going to be talking about adult things. So, if you have children in the room, probably should put me on mute now. It's all right. I don't need to watch hours that bad. That also means we are not schoolhouse drama. All right. Now, when we bring up things are brought up in chat, yes, it can stir things up. That's not the type of drama or stuff I'm talking about stirring up. All right. If there's an issue, if there's something that you want to address, if you want to ask something, like I posted a question in the neighborhood chat a few weeks ago, and it snowballed. But anyway, it didn't snowball there. It went somewhere else. It snowballed. But the question, you'd have to watch it in full to understand the context. But I'm the one that posed the question, so I'll assert. I posed the question: is certain things that are happening in our communities on YouTube, are people blind to it? The short answer is no. Not even the people that are misbehaving. With that said, there's not a sure, quick solution to it either, right? Which brings up the next thing: no bullying, no flaming, and no stirring. No pot stirring. I believe pot stirrers deserve to lick the spoon. Come as you are, no representation or association to other channels. That means if you go in and you're a cheerleader to someone else's channel, great for you. But
in our chat.
But don't do it in my chat. I will put you in the invisible box. I'm telling you, space is limited there because some people have really just misbehaved either on this platform or have taken it to my private platform and sent hate mail. Believe me when I say it, it's enough to make a report on. Okay, and just because they're associated with somebody else doesn't mean I hold that group responsible, except for their actions that cause behavior like that to happen to begin with.
Right. Well,
anyway, so that's the reason why no representation or associations to other channels. There's no room for hate on our channel or in our chat. Keep scrolling if you must to prevent overcrowding in the invisible box. Please and thank you. The invisible box does exist. I've had to put people in there. I pulled one person out. Got one person in there unintentionally because they ended up messaging me, and it took me until the next morning to figure out how to get them out because I didn't realize they were even in there. So it's not easy to put. I mean, it's easy to put people there. It is not easy to get them out. And the biggest disclosure, y'all. Yep. The biggest thing I need disclosure wise right now is the things discussed here are likely going to make it to the grapevine in real time. There are different groups. I won't name names. They know who they are, and there's probably one watching, and that's okay. They're getting me the watch hours because they want to hear what I have to say. Use caution when discussing healthcare related things, please. And please observe OPSEC, that's OPSEC.
Which basically means don't say where you're at and the time you're at.
Also, PERSEC, which is the same except it's the personal side of your privacy. Now, OPSEC and PERSEC, you can look them up. You can ask Siri, you can ask, what's the other one? Alexa. Ask Alexa, she'll tell you. Everybody should be using it. It's hard if you're trying to grow your channel, but still observe it. Because I'll tell you, not everyone's kind. And then again, things discussed here, so on the back porch, can be triggering to anyone sensitive to trauma-based experiences. Use caution when visiting the back porch after dark with Steph and Mr. Steph. Now, there's full disclosure. Glad y'all are here. Would y'all like to see Mr. Steph? Now, obviously, the mask is gone, but the reason for the mask still exists. Okay? But this was making him feel like he was smothered. Smothered. Look at him. Look at him. He's back there. Ah! Wait, 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 wait. Woo! I'm sorry. Having too much fun.
Yeah. So, you know, if you watch any like crime stuff, you know, they either blank out the bottom half of someone's face or they take and blank out the top half. Well, so let's see what happens.
Oh no. No. You ought to see him in a hoodie and sunglasses.
Yeah.
Let's see. You
Yeah,
can see. You can see. Yeah, those are our cans for our shelf.
Yeah, usually the hoodie thing, we tried that. We threw the sunglasses on, put the hoodie on, and she looked at me with this horrified look, and I looked at her and said,
I knew that's what he was going to say. I knew John would be like, "What the hell? What the hell?"
Oh, well, you know, they get to sit their starters through, you know, the first week of the playoffs now.
Hey, that actually worked. Hey, John. Let's see if it's up there. No, it's the troll. There's the troll. Troll's right there. You see him? No, he's right there. That's what Patrick sent us.
The reason.
And oh, sorry, I hung him up on the middle so he can swing. We could totally make this like a really dark night, but I mean,
that's pretty much what we've done, John, except for, you know, the ones that legal counsel has told us just to stay the heck away from.
What's that?
Oh, just basically everybody gets a clean slate and just go. You know, if they screw up, they're gone.
Yeah. There's certain people that burn bridges they can't rebuild. But aside from that, everybody else is pretty much getting a clean slate. If people send hate mail either through YouTube or any other platform that constituted a hate crime, no, they burned a bridge. They cannot repair or replace. I wish them well, and if I an eternity for it, well then I guess I'll meet them there. But aside from that, yes, I agree. You know, you don't put my family on the edge of things and come back from it.
Yeah, John said, you just got to be the models of the behavior you want to see. If you don't like it, see you later. And some you just can't give clean slate to.
Yeah. You know,
2025 is going to be a big deal for us this year. We're planning, you know, to have just run with it. It's going to go part YouTube, part.
I think the block laid on your hand.
That's good. Plus it up.
The bosses are youngest kid in combat boots, Kitty. But she stayed with us long enough during all his training and all that she lived with us now.
But yeah, we're planning 2025. We're going to figure out some listing platforms to play with.
Oh my goodness, John. Can I tell him?
Oh.
So I went to another platform tonight. For the first, it's not the first time I've been on that platform, but on any level, yeah. Let me find my card. So I went to Whatnot. You know what Whatnot is, right? these chicks right here, they popped my whatnot cherry. That was their wording, not mine. Just so you know. And I'll tell you, if anyone's gonna pop my whatnot cherry, I'm glad it was them. I got a bunch of vinyl coming in the mail. Not tomorrow because they're gonna take tomorrow off. I think for a shipment, but I was like, yeah, it'll get here when it gets here. So have I.
Whoa, I don't know where it is.
I'm looking. Oh, right here. Here's one. So I'm building a lot. I don't know where the original thing I bought was, but it was on Hump Day auction. It was during one of the rapid rounds. I purchased a series of the L word, and it was just one item, and so I didn't want them to like feel bad to charge me shipping. So I started buying other things. So Friends, of course, was one of them.
And yeah, John, we've got to get us a turntable now too, because I haven't had one in years.
I think my grandma's got one. I'm gonna check with her first, because if she got one, I'd rather pay my grandma the money and get it out of her hands than go somewhere else. But my backup will be in case she don't. I don't remember who it
John
was.
says Target has them cheap.
Okay.
Yeah, for the retro ones that they've got. So yeah, see, I don't even really have a CD player anymore because everything we do is pretty much through streaming. I mean, you know, when I listen to my earbuds at work and it's not, you know, listening to a show, usually it's music. So
You've got the retro one.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
nothing wrong with them.
This was another item, but this was another package. See, every time I get something from them, I always get a free item. Yeah, we'll get it figured out. So
Part of it is, I think, if we just moved it down on a tripod, full size tripod, and you can turn it down to your bottom.
oh yeah, turn it down to my bottom.
Wow.
That's what you said.
I said turn it down to the bottom.
Oh, to the bottom.
Yeah.
I thought you said my bottom. I'm going.
Hi, Craig.
Hey, Greg, welcome in. John's fault. It's gotta be someone's fault, right?
Oh man.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, 2024, this time last year, well, for one, we didn't live here, but what, 4 or 5 months?
Yeah.
We only lived here 4 or 5 months. Before that, we were homeless.
Not houseless, homeless.
Not houseless,
had a roof over
homeless. Yeah, what month did we end up stop paying on our townhouse? It was sometime.
July was the last month we paid on it.
Was it?
Mm-hmm. Because then we went and loaded all the stuff out of it to come up here.
Okay. Making no video yet, Craig? Sure, I don't think I was pay-per-views.
Yeah.
I don't think I watched his last one completely. It was him and who was it? Was it Todd? It was someone. I don't know. It's left a lot since then. A lot's happened since then. But they were talking about the impact of COVID when it first started.
When he knew he has one big one's enough. Well, that's actually kind of true.
It's actually kind of true. All you need is one. Let's see. Yeah, So this time last year, of course, when we moved up here, because we're from South Central Kansas, literally 35 miles from Oklahoma.
Yeah,
the
pretty
border
much,
of Oklahoma. If we went due south, I knew that the person which was my second cousin, but he was my parents' generation. He had Nash disease, and so I knew that he wouldn't live the year, and he died less than 6 months after we moved up here, and he died the first week of January. So his first year is actually, damn, I think it's a week from today. Give me a second. No, it was the 6th. He never took the place of my parents. But he was my best friend. He was the one I talked to more than I talked to in my healthcare team.
Yeah, that's where we're at, John. I think I finally got her on board that it's just pretty much ignore them. They want to keep the crud up. It's going to end going into 2025 one way or another. It's either they're going to stop or it's going to stop. So.
All right, so we're on Tuesday, right? So yeah, actually Monday next week's the year. Since he passed away. And he actually, before we moved up here, not only did I know that he was dying, that I wouldn't be there in his last few months, but he also asked that we not be there to, how do you put that? Where you stand watch. And at first I was mad and I was upset and I took it personal. And I thought he thought that he wasn't worth that. Because, I mean, this is a guy that lived out of state for an extended period of time. And he would drive just to see how I was to take me out to lunch.
And then drive home.
Yeah, and then drive back home. Yeah, that'd be fine, Jeffrey. I'm not going to be able to check it right now. I'd like to see a picture of you. Actually, you know what? If you send it to my email, I could probably check it on this device. So, like, yeah, it was a Thursday because we were driving home. So we were out by the airport, and I looked at Mr. Steph, and I was like, you need to know that he's close. And he goes, okay. And I'm like, he's going to be passing away. And the hardest thing I had to do, Mr. Stephanie's like, we'll go. And then it's like, we can't. He asked that no one stand vigil. That's the word.
Yeah.
He asked that no one stand vigil over him. It was the hardest thing because honestly, sorry, Jeffrey, I'm going through my email to check.
What time? 45 minutes till the ball drops in New York.
East Coasters.
Hi, Ella.
Hey, Ella. Welcome in, Ella. Girl, oh, I took it off. Did it leave it up here, though? I'm going to show y'all something.
Happy New Year, Queen
Happy
of Pallets, just like John said.
Yeah. John, were you in? John was in earlier, right?
Yeah.
That, dress it I was wearing with the sunflower, that was Ella? I got that from. Mm-hmm. I got some other stuff from her. We started clearing everything off.
Haven't got the desk yet.
I haven't got the desk yet, but I mean, we got this area. All right. Let me see. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Ella is on top of invoicing, and she is on top of shipping the moment that invoice is paid for.
And I will tell
Ella
you
is
that
bomb on
what?
shipping and invoicing.
When the kids got sick in October, 3 out of my 4 kids had medical emergencies. And no one knew. Matter of fact, you'd have to have been in Johnny's, or no, it wasn't Johnny's. It was Sunday, so it was the 2 old guys. But we were talking as a BRB, right? Which everybody knows if I say BRB.
Happy New Year, Myra.
Happy New Year, Myra. Then okay, it just came through. Wow, is that your house, Jeffrey? Is that your house? Or is that a neighbor's house? That's nice.
Yes, she is. She is very much.
Anyway, the point is, I went from BRB to I gotta go. And anyone knows I gotta go, it means something. Now, that could be my kids, or it could be our military neighbors, next door. I don't.
House near here.
That's beautiful, Jeffrey. Anyway, I had an invoice coming from Ella, and I don't think she had invoiced me yet. But I had enough. No, it was a Sunday that happened. So it must have been. Either way, I messaged her immediately and I said, listen, please give me 24 to 48 hours. This is what's happened. Now, I kept it free, but I had her paid in the time limit that I told her I would. Now, that extended past the Friday through having it paid on Saturday, right? People ghosting Ella or anybody else is ridiculous.
And John said we better be blowing kisses. That's Ella's thing.
Yeah, it's Ella's thing, but here. Woo, I'm dropping things and I haven't even drunk. I don't know how she does that, but Ella is just Ella. I will tell you, I went back, 3 or 4 years on her videos. I've seen some of her short videos. One of them, she's like in the bathroom mirror, buying face. That's Myra. I went back significantly, but one that comes back to memory, and it's one I posed a question to yesterday. It's to do icebreakers, but to get people interested in going and checking others out, and mostly it's the people we already associate with, right? But like Myra, she went through college, and to pay for her college, she worked for the postal system, and apparently, what was it? I got it written down here. Yeah, the potato shed. See, I've got this written down because right now my brain is unreliable. But apparently, there is a potato shed. You would have to go watch the video, listen to her talking. It's self-explanatory. And then 2 of her co-workers, which I guess were musicians, did a song for her, and it was called Hell's Post Office. Now, she explains how that title ends up being there, but this is getting to know people. This is getting to know the human side of people. Okay?
Our envision when we started this was,
dude,
like walking into a shop in real person and having someone greet you and just be genuine and friendly. You know,
My last medical trip was less than a month ago, and it wasn't until my grandmother, mind you, she's 86. So if you know who one of my favorite resellers is, purchased from, get that clock right behind you, please. To the right. She reminds me, the feisty side. She reminds me of my grandmother. Okay, and that's Marion. And I know there are a lot of people that have a lot to say about Marion, but I'll tell you what. This is one of the first purchases I made for Marion. I've had it in my background. Granted, it's been on a table. It's been on the table that everything's been stacked on for months. Uh, there, there's stuff from Ella. Granted, we cleared most of this between the sale and now, so I can't just grab, because I actually asked Mr. Stephanie, I was like, can you do this for me while I go grab a shower? I needed to get 2024 off of me. Myra, I know that Marty, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I know that Marty loves owls. This is a diamond art. I could take it out so it doesn't glare, so I could show you. The 30 by 40. And no, we're not selling tonight, no one. I don't know if Marty's ever done diamond art, is interested in diamond art, or maybe you, but as I was clearing stuff away, I found this. It's something, it's got the full kit. It's been sitting here. I think it'll fit in your box. Just saying. I thought about not saying nothing at all, but I don't want to send something to you that you wouldn't be able to use, or that she wouldn't maybe use. But yeah, think about it.
Mark said we had fun times.
It sounded like fun times. It's beautiful, but we don't do diamond art.
Okay, that's the reason why we were asking.
I really felt I should ask you before. So I've never done diamond art.
I've got one I'm gonna do.
Would you go get the one that's in? So I had a friend the week in 2020, if the pandemic wasn't enough. And you're welcome, honey. I know you appreciate it. Yeah, but I don't consider Myra and I don't know, because I know a lot of people that craft. Josie crafts. So in 2020, my mama passed away, and she was my only surviving parent, and that was for DPOA. I asked her to allow me to be her DPOA. She had a lot of health challenges, and before COVID happened, and she was transported to a city hospital, and someone wasn't immediately there. And it was crazy. So she kept me as her DPOA, and I understood the responsibility when I asked her, and we had that discussion, and I understood that responsibility in July of 2020 when I arrived at the hospital, thinking I was arriving as her daughter. I quickly assessed the situation and knew I'd arrived as her DPOA. And I don't think it was 72 hours later, but it might have been. A friend of mine presented me with my first diamond art. So it's not one I made, and it says, because someone we love is in heaven, there's a little bit of heaven in our home, and it's camouflaged. Mm, up in the window again, probably.
Well, but probably,
So
New Year's.
I'm guessing that this diamond art is probably the same size, but it looks like it would take a lot of time. I need some dust. It's crazy, but I probably didn't dust it when we moved here. I probably put it up on the wall. Let's see. John, you understand what that is, right? There were no potatoes in the potato shack. It was cleaned out of almost all farming instruments. Oh, let me go. Let me look up a little bit. I and I'd say, oh, I remember that time that Ella got a surprise pallet, meaning it didn't arrive on time, right? And then it arrived at the most inconvenient time, and Giovanni showed up to help her. But I think that happened more than once in 2024. Uh, John, if you don't know who Giovanni is, you oughta make that connection. Giovanni is a great guy. Matter of fact, I think I've got. Let me see. I think I got some Giovanni merch right here. Yeah, this is stuff I got from Giovanni this year. These are tea bags, but he had like I think it's 1,000 of them, and he sold them. I think he either sold these to me for $3 or $5, but no one seemed to be hitting on it. And I'm like, if y'all's gonna let that pass, then I'm gonna buy it because I'm gonna show you what I bought them for. I mean, I can use them for tea bags, and I've got a whole nother. I've got a whole box of these. So when I do my tea sets later in 2025, but yeah, this is not sellable. It's but oh, that would have been a brooch or a pendant, but it's just for jewelry art now. But yeah, that's for reusable tea bag, right? And when you think 1,000 of these, and I paid $5 or less, even with shipping, that was a steal. Um, what else? Oh, I got some seasonal stuff for him, but never. I didn't get a chance with trying to keep everything else balanced to bring all that. So I'll have like cocoa. It'll be stuff I do when I'm doing the coffees and the hot chocolates and all that.
John
Again.
says he made us have to buy some from you for the tea bags.
When I get things organized, I'll let you know what I got left. I know they come in these packages. I'm not sure how many come in the package, if it's 100 or 200. But yeah, I could probably throw you some. Yeah, see, I just they're probably in a container under my desk here because I haven't touched that area yet. I keep dropping stuff, mainly my vape. Um,
The two pairs of glasses.
I don't have to. We already know that we're going to be on the grapevine tonight. I heard it through the grapevine. Is he ever showing up in my?
Oh man.
No, he's got to be. Yeah, he's up there. He's right there at the top. Right there. I came from Patrick.
Hi, backyard trucker.
Hey, backyard trucker.
Happy New Year's, man.
Happy New Year, wherever you are. Jeff heard me too. I'm shifting. I've been shifting over to less purchases on YouTube because it's too much for me right now. I figured out my costs in goods because I know this guy that keeps saying cost of goods, cost of goods. So I did just my membership, and I'm not complaining. So no one, whether you're here or you hear it later, I'm not complaining. If I'm a member of yours, I'm good with what I pay. But I'm a member on so many channels that I'm not gifted membership to. The active ones that I've been able to maintain up to this point is over $67 for December. I have a couple of them that came up on the 28th or whatever. I wasn't able to renew them right now. And I'm not sure I'm going to be able to renew them because I've got something wrong with my front end of my vehicle.
Well,
but
out tomorrow.
But tomorrow's a new day. The sun will come up. We'll get a good look underneath and see if it's something that we can repair. Did you see my email this afternoon? I did not open emails today, Jeffrey, but I did notice that you emailed me a few times. And then I did see your photos that you sent just a little bit ago. So I am one person, and right now I'm trying to balance. I am trying to balance everything I do, not just YouTube. And I don't mean that to sound rude or anything, because I don't mean it that way. It just, even just being in emails, responding to emails requires energy.
Yep, pretty much.
And, I'm still having gut health. Typically, I don't have anything on Fridays, and this week I did. So I should have set an alarm to remind me of my injectable. Didn't happen. Friday evening, matter of fact, it was Friday evening while I was selling. But I wasn't the one on screen. I told Mr. Stephanie, I need to eat. My blood sugar's going down. Couldn't figure it out. Saturday, my blood sugar kept dropping. And I haven't had that issue. It was an issue I know I could have. My doctor told me that because I've lost enough weight. And it wasn't until Sunday that I realized I had missed my shot. And it jacked with me when I skip it. And it jacked with me for a few days until I settled back out. And so like today, and I'm still having some gut issues. And I'll tell you, having gut issues makes you feel wiped out, which is why I'm sitting this evening. Also, the reason why I was like, you know what? I don't care who's on, who's selling, whatever.
So Myra says this year she's shifting from memberships to sending gifts and friend mail.
I like that. See, right now I'm shifting from purchases, unless it's something that I just can't pass on, right? I'm going to be shifting from purchases to memberships only, other than if I can stay in a small budget.
We discussed, except for like jewelry lots, it's extremely hard to buy off of someone else's channel, bring it to your channel and resell it right now. And a lot of it is because it's all the same people watching, we all float around each other's channel. So I told her, I said, personal buys, great. But to resell, let's just do it locally.
I mean, we've got a whole another side of the YouTube universe, but we're not ready to bring that aspect to our channel because of everything that's happened in 2024. You know, people need to get to know who we really are, not what someone blasts because they're upset about.
You know, I like the sourcing local anyhow, because when I source local, I feel good because I'm taking an item that's here in the middle of Kansas and sending it to possibly all the way to California to you guys or to the other coastline. Or, and it's
California
cool.
won this year.
Yeah, California. We've had a lot of
California won this year. Out of any state, California won for packages from us. But it's still tossed up on East Coast versus West Coast, and I love the teeter totter because we're literally almost the center of the U.S. Quite literally,
an hour up the road.
Quite literally, Fort Riley. If you want the full history of Fort Riley, look up Camp Center. Camp Center. Yes, if you know history, you know the history of Fort Riley and the plains of Colorado. We grew up in Colorado. Mr. Stephanie was born in Colorado. So there's that aspect too. My children were relatives to some historical people that go back to Texas to the legislation. Pretty cool stuff. But yeah.
All right, so Myra.
Yeah. So instead of sending 5 to the host over and over, all right.
I like the idea. It's so cool.
I love that. I love that, Myra. And see that's the thing, you know, I wasn't even sure I wanted a YouTube channel as far as, I mean, I've had a YouTube channel since YouTube started. That account I can't get into. Now, there's been some debate with me and someone else and a huge channel on how we can get access to it because it was done when our kids were little and the emails associated with them were internet providers. But apparently there's a way to do it. So maybe we can do that because at least for the other person.
And I don't know if we're going to get monetized in 2025. I mean, we're heading that way. We're all, you know, in 2024, in just half a year, we were right.
No, I wasn't even half a year because we've only been selling on this channel
since September.
Since I turned 42. My birthday, since my parents have both been gone and been hard for me anyway. But since I turned 40, has been personally hard for me. So for 42, I decided, you know what, it's going to be the day that I do solo live. Because then it's a day every year I can celebrate, even if, you know, I have conflicts with myself.
Yeah, it's something on the table. We got to get organized first. When we started selling, we were not set up to really set up and go. It was literally the first sale she did in our bedroom facing our closet and sold out of the closet for clothing. And then we come out here and we set up out here in this little corner in the kitchen.
And you'll see how little this is when I get the rest of it organized. Because I'll be able to set the thing up over there, or I'll be able to set it up over here, and y'all can be like, how did you do what you did? And I'll be like, you know what? Did you ever see MacGyver?
I don't feel like feeling disorganized. It's I feel like we're going to lose something, and that's the one thing I don't want to happen. So I hate the disorganization, and we just got to get it all torn down. And we tore half of it out tonight. And so tomorrow morning, I'll probably tear into this other half and try to get where we can start getting shifted.
That's the reason, like when I'm done selling it, for when the person's name goes on it, and it goes into a sold box. Because I have half of this tore out over here. I don't have a place to put bins right now. So right now we have boxes over here on this side.
And that's kind of been our plan, John, if you read John's, the last minute.
All right, so give me a second. Are you guys I'm gonna read what I can see so far. Are you guys trying to go monetary? And so my personal goal, I'm still on the fence on being monetized. I've seen how it can be misused, and it's a story for another day. I can see how it can take over someone's chats, whether it's in good fun or not. When it starts isolating people and people start having issues because they come in and don't understand what's going on in someone's chat because it's video, what do they call those?
Keyboard warrior?
No, because like Ella, when someone comes in and does a super chat, she has a video.
Oh yeah, super chat videos. And it stops the auction.
And all that stuff. You know, I don't ever want someone to feel confused or isolated. So I think once you go monetize, I don't know that you can like, and that's something maybe I need to talk with Johnny about. Is can you keep some boundaries there so someone isn't? I mean, I guess it's the channel that's putting a video of super chats in, but I think super chats. I mean, granted, you might have someone coming in during an auction and they want to give a super chat, but I think to keep from taking away from that auction,
you wait till the round's done.
You wait till the round's done, or maybe
because Johnny does that a lot of times. He'll wait till the person's done selling, and then.
Or, you know, at the beginning or at the end. I don't know. I don't know what the answer for that is. And that's what's got me on the fence on monetizing. I'll be honest.
It's just a lot of things that we got to think about.
I think you guys need to do a backroom chat with Johnny and create a plan and go from it. So Johnny has definitely extended his hand more than once. He's offered his support at no cost to us. And I appreciate Johnny. I want everybody that hears what I'm saying to know I appreciate Johnny. Some people think that I give Johnny free reign, that he's my favorite, whatever. Wait till you see Johnny come in my chat. Johnny don't even have a wrench. But with that said, neither does Ella. And I respect Ella immensely. Her and Picky Nicky on my 42nd birthday, y'all. They were on before I went live. And I was at 62 or 63 subs. And they drummed me up. And I want you to know, I'm sitting on this side of the screen. Mr. Stephanie, do you remember the response I had?
Yeah, you were sitting there crying.
I was sitting there crying because I can understand how someone who live over 1,000 miles from me, who's never met me, could see the potential in me, that they're willing to drum me up to get me not only to 100. That wasn't my goal. I mean, eventually it was my goal, but my goal for that day wasn't to get to 100.
Just get a comfortable number after 50.
Yeah, I just was hoping I had more than 50. So then, I had at least 50 because remember I had to be at 50 to be able to go live. And then, like, for that, I had to have 24 hours with YouTube after my 50 before I could do it live.
And then read the next one.
So that's my aspect with Ella and Picky Nikki. You see, she don't mind coming in, and I'll tell you what, she does have a big enough personality, and I got enough respect for her. She comes to my chat and tells people to sit down. For one, I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna listen to her. With that said, it doesn't mean that her and I always agree, but we respect each other enough to respect each other and to respect each other's channel. And that woman, I did check because I got a couple of notifications that a couple of my memberships were suspended due to non-payment, and I did. I went and made sure it wasn't Ella. Ella and no,
Two old guys and Johnny.
Yeah,
and
Ella
the two hip chicks.
And no, two hip chicks. I've only been like a month with them. So Ella, Johnny, and the two old guys are the longest I've been as far as members. And I will tell you, it don't matter what their base membership is. I would find a way to pay for it every month. I would go without something if I had to. And that's just because they are who they are. All right, let's do. I think also take Jess and Elise under your wings to help them be good sellers like you both. They could make money with the candles, rocks, jewelry, and they what they want and what they find. So obviously they have to come to the table too. So so Jess has a little over a year until she exits from the military. And Elise just got out of the military in September. Um, we, she's the reason why we went to the East Coast, and she's the reason why we went up, because she needed to see some of her family before she moved, to the center of the continental U.S. And no, because anyone's wondering, no, I don't regret that trip. I'm glad I seen Vermont. I'm glad we stayed in White House, New York. Whitehall. We ended up, Mr. Stephanie, our team, Jess and Elise, because we went to Virginia to pick Elise up. Then we drove to New York, dropped them off, and then we went to Whitehall, New York, and that's where we stayed. And them going to New York was for them, not for us. We were just the drivers. With that said, that expense was carried by everybody. Anyway, so one of mind you, we went and picked Elise up. She's got out of the military. She spent a full career, not a full career, she spent a full contract in the Navy, which means she brought home a lot. Okay? Which means we had to be careful how much stuff we brought home. So, Whitehall, New York is just south of Vermont. And one of my favorite movies is Baby Boom. Anyone know what Baby Boom is? Anyways, so one of my bucket list items was to go to a country store. Not yet. This is the first time they moved in together in September, and this is Jess's first serious relationship. So they need time to be a couple. And So they don't have a date set, but they definitely have plans, you know. And if it's meant to happen, it'll happen. If it doesn't, then it don't. But either way, we support them both because they're both great individuals, even though one of them I'm biologically connected to. Um, so we went. Do you remember what store this was?
No, I don't remember the name of the store, but it was a little country store.
It was a little. So my bucket list item want and to stop at a country store, and we found one. We went. Oh, I don't remember the town. We went to this town in Vermont. It was like 25 miles into Vermont. We did a lot of sourcing. Went to a lot of places to source. We didn't bring back a whole lot because space was limited. On our way back, just before we went back into New York, we got off the exit, and that's where we found the country store. And this is genuine Vermont grade A dark robust taste syrup. And it cost, in September, it cost $5.99. No, this is not for sale.
No, it's gonna get eaten.
I'm gonna show you some. There's a lot that we got prepping for sales in September, October, November, and December, and a lot that didn't get brought to the camera because trying to stay balanced while being live wasn't easy. But that's okay because not everything was seasonal. Just a second. This little lady is missing something. She's actually supposed to have buckets on either side. But it's just her and she's washing out. I don't know how to fix that.
The screen washing her out right now.
Yeah, I know.
Because we got to move.
I'm just trying. All right, there. She's about true, other than she's still a little bright. She came from Vermont. We sourced her at a mission. I still have all their info. I figured I would like hang earrings on her. I don't know if I've got any. I've never tried to because I've been busy since we got home. I should have. Yeah, I still got earrings from them back here. Yeah. We're gonna try this out and we're gonna do it live just if we can. So this is why I got her. I knew she was missing something. I Googled lensed her when we got home. And I'm like, well, she should still work for this idea, and I actually kind of like it. That's actually pretty cool. It actually worked a lot better than I thought. So, I don't know that. Oh, it's because these are hitting. So yeah, she sounds like a bell because right now, yeah.
Does she have a hook inside for the bell?
No, but she's cool.
Although it's probably going to be a couple weeks, John.
What's that?
When our next live sourcing trip is.
Our next one would be our trip back home, and I'm not out a couple grand for a front end. it's gonna stink if I mean, it's gonna stink no matter what, because I mean, we're supposed to have an Arctic freeze coming, and there isn't. Even if we got the parts in the next 2 days, there's not enough time to get it changed out before that freeze comes. In the last 2 or 3 years we've had Arctic freezes, they've lasted for weeks. It has to be done though, so I'm gonna reach out as long as it's a repair that Jess and Mr. Stephanie can do. I'm gonna reach out to some sources I've got to see if we can't.
Yep, 5 more minutes, Jeffrey.
Ooh, 5 more minutes here. Let me see. Let me see if I can bring it up somewhere. I'm sure somewhere on YouTube there is a ball drop, right? Let's see. Thank you, Jeffrey, because I was just talking.
I wouldn't go snacking.
I noticed that.
I'm gonna ring in the new
All
year.
right.
I'm gonna ring in and snacking on some chips and salsa.
So, New York City. Ball drop countdown. No, not Kansas City, New York City. There it is. There it is. Whoop, whoop. I
Someone
don't know
else
what it
told
is, but hey. And I haven't been able to pay for premium for almost a month. I'm good with that. Alright, so hopefully it's down, so I won't get a strike. But hey, we're watching the countdown. Yeah, our next one, as long as this doesn't set us back. I mean, thankfully, I'm able to stay with my grandmother when I go down, so I'm not out the expense of a hotel.
And it could be something that isn't huge to fix. And we do have some friends that have garages where we could at least get out of the wind to fix it. So,
Yeah, Fort Riley.
yep. And I could get it
We
over
know some people to Fort Riley. Yeah, just make sure you ain't gonna break between here and our driveway.
Yeah. The other day, it sounded almost like the CV axles were clicking. And then, what was it, yesterday, you could feel it in the steering wheel. And then when I went to back into the parking spot tonight, it almost felt like something really seriously caught and broke. And of course, it was 20 minutes before we went live earlier. So I didn't even have a chance to look at it. So I just told her tomorrow I'll get up and I'll go out there and jack it up and figure out what's going on and see if it's something we can fix. The last vehicle I had that made that kind of feeling when I went to back up was a busted off rack and pinion. And that's not a quick little 30-minute fix. That's a couple hours of tearing a vehicle apart.
I mean, if it was gonna happen, I'm glad it happened now and not while it's on the interstate somewhere.
Now we'll get it fixed. Just as a mechanic, I was trained by an ASE certified mechanic. So
it just might mean that you do some crazy shit and sell stuff quickly. And for prices that maybe I wouldn't. Yeah.
We'll be all right.
We'll be all right though. Let's see. Trying to think. All right, it says
1 minute.
Whoa, that chat jumped.
Yeah. Yeah, of course there's
holy shit.
422,000
people.
You can't even type in this chat. Psycho. That's a flying chat. Happy New Year's,
Happy
everyone.
New Year's, everyone. Wait, it's 48, 47, 46. 45, 44, 43, 42. Make sure I'm still live. I am live. 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, whew, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. This is New York, y'all. I don't know how well that's gonna. Here, I'll pull it out. I'll pull it out. I'll pull it out.
Yep. Happy New Year's to
Happy
everyone
New
on the
Year
East
on
Coast.
the East Coast.
And then we got now.
Yep, there's the fireworks. There's the fireworks. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's, Johnny. Happy New Year's, Don. And because they should be right there, Michigan. Michigan East Coast. I don't know. But either way, everyone, Ella, Happy New Year's. Victoria, Happy New Year's. Vicky, Nikki, Happy New Year's. Nana, Happy New Year's. Is Louisiana? No, Louisiana is our claim zone. Alright, I was going to say
I don't
Happy
know if
New
we'll
Year's
make it
to
to
John.
yours, John. I'm used to being in bed by 11:30.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how it all goes, you know? Count it down. This chair's all like,
Yeah.
I'm sure it sounds annoying on the screen, but what I got for right now, I had an office chair that weighed probably as much as I did. Myra, Happy New Year's. I knew I was forgetting someone. And sorry, because Myra's, Angie's in Mississippi. Is Mississippi in East Coast time or Central time?
Oh, I thought that was, well, I guess it depends on where.
Someone dear to me go. May 2025 be a great year for you and everyone else. For sure.
Now I get up, I go to bed around 11:30 at the latest, and I'm up by 5:15 in the morning to get ready for work.
The last time I did an after dark, it was supposed to actually be a cell evening, and it turned into a mental health evening. And it was at the start, probably in the same week as everything began. Then to September, early October, and I remember who was in chat that night and throughout the night, and I apologize for being emotional.
You're not that much older than me, John.
And we actually had comments, Johnny, right? Because he came in that morning, and because Johnny's up early. Well, he's East Coast, so he's up even earlier for me, since I'm not East Coast time. And there's others that were in and out, and I learned things about others. And I'm not talking bad things, I'm just talking human things about being emotional. And a lot of people were in the first year of losing a loved one, people they couldn't imagine their life without. And we were close the same day with doing this again, and we intended to do it again sooner, but it was one thing after another. And
I had to laugh, John. One of the local groups for our Facebook up here asked is there anything going on up here in the Little Apple for New Year's? And someone goes, boy, you're not from around here, are you? They do a ball drop and everything right there in Aggieville for the college kids.
And we really considered it. If it wasn't the fact that we'd have been on the road and my vehicle acting up tonight, we'd have probably done it live. We'd have probably took y'all down there and just left this going. You know, because we got multiple devices and we can StreamYard through our devices. But, you know, out with the old. You know, since 2020, you know, it's been one thing after another, and Johnny wasn't the only one that has posted this week on resolutions versus goals. I don't do resolutions. I feel resolutions, for me personally, is setting myself up to fail. And in some aspects, I've failed a lot this year. And others, I triumph. You know, if you want to see my best work, see me under stress. In turn, to do it while being on screen and pretending that I'm 100% isn't who I am to begin with. There was a lot of things this year, this first year without Brian. Well, after now. Well, we're still in the first year until next Monday. I didn't know how it's going to face the year without him. Not because he ever replaced my parents, because he never did. But I mean, he would drive from another state unannounced, take me out to lunch, to bring me flowers when I was having a rough day. And I'm not talking just a regular rough day. And you have those once in a lifetime people, you know who they are. You definitely make sure they know who they are. For 2 years, for 2 years, I needed a support system that I looked for. My healthcare team, overall, my healthcare team, not one side, not another, as a whole, looked for support, because it's hard to find support for families and parents of adults, right? If your child's young or even adolescent, those support systems are great, immediate. So what was it? Brian died in January. February came and Jess was like, I think you should start selling on YouTube. Well, first it was, I think you should start selling. For one, I had already accumulated a large inventory of stuff, and I'm like,
an entire storage unit.
Yeah, that's not including the storage unit in South Central Kansas. And I'm like, it's not the right time. For one, I was lying to myself about being depressed. I was still just telling myself. And I just came out of, before Brian had died, I just came out of a depression where when I'd wake up in the morning, I wasn't sure if I should be disappointed or happy. And what I had November and December where I didn't feel that way. And then in January, he died. And then y'all know our story since then to some degree. Because we don't put everything out there. If you have me on another social media site and have full access, because not everybody does, I made the mistake when it came to YouTube to sell. People started friending me, and I felt intimidated to accept them. on those platforms, like maybe they wouldn't have me on their channel. And no one in particular, so please don't think that anyone you see on my social media. Um, that was just my thinking. So I let them in. I accepted their friend without putting like a restriction, some accessibility there. And then it started what Jeff again said something in May, and I'm like, dude, leave me alone. I'll start selling. So by that point, I was already following Angie, her neighborhood stuff, and I was kind of intrigued with her. I knew she didn't sell, but how could someone have the site that she has? What made her tick? Uh, I never got a feeling of dishonesty with her, but like there was something that triggered her being who she is, and so I kept going back. I didn't actually sub to her for might have been June or July before I actually subbed to her, and I think it was July when I finally commented on one of her videos. Um, because I have childhood trauma that makes me leery of people. And I've been working through that stuff for a while now. But she did one of her neighborhood things out in the. See you all next year. Off to bed. Thank you, John, for being here.
Yeah, see you, John. Thank you for coming in.
And she reminded me of someone, and not just because she's from Mississippi, but a genuine kindness that I remembered from somewhere. Well, my mama was born in the South. I was born in the South. And my mama's people are from the South. And it probably wasn't until either August or September. I think it was probably September that it hit me. It reminded me a lot of my mama's aunt. My mama, her parents had her around the same time that Mr. Stephanie's parents had him. They had him in their 30s, and my grandparents were in their 30s when my mom and her brother were born. And so a lot of the aunts, because my grandfather was one, he was the oldest of 16 surviving children. My grandmother, I believe, I don't know that she was the oldest, but I think she was near the top, and she was one of 11 children. Back in the day, they had babies because most babies didn't make it through infancy, and if you did, you still usually lost them in early childhood. Scarlet fever was a real deal back in the day, along with measles and mumps and a host of other things. I had no, you're fine. You come and go as you need. Oh, it's Deb on for wood burn. Deb's wood burning on for her karaoke night. That's awesome. Deb's wood burning. She's one of the first people. Before I started this channel, because I started this channel strictly for being a reseller. But before I started this channel, I had my other one, and that's the one it was hacked the first week of October. Yeah, and I took it down. It's still there, but I took it down. I don't know if I'll bring it. But Deb's wood burning, I think that was probably the first live I seen of hers was the karaoke night. And it wasn't until 2 or 3 weeks ago that I was in her chat during a karaoke night for the first time. I'd never been active in her chat, and I bought from her prior to that, but I'd never been in her karaoke live chat. I goes back to listening to other people. So, um, I'm even guilty of that from last year, listening to others instead of figuring out who people are. So, when John said earlier, giving people a clean slate, you know, people deserve a clean slate as long as they, haven't deliberately caused harm or intentionally attempted to cause harm to others. Getting this slid out.
Oh,
I got jewelry. And I've got these. They're all for crafting stuff. John said earlier he didn't think you sellers had time to craft. Well, I'm gonna try to craft. If not, I'll start selling this stuff.
that's why it's always on YouTube for sale. I want to craft.
Hey, look, there's more stickers. Is the trash can still over here?
No. But there's a
I got this love box. Oh, a couple months ago. It's got some wear on it, but it's cool. I got it because I had something that I was purchasing and I wanted to make sure it didn't get crushed. It's authentic. I'm not selling tonight, I'm just showing. I can't help it. There's a lot of things I didn't get to share in 2024.
Yes, they do. Very much so, Myra.
They do. They really do. She's bleeding out. Let me pull her back.
Yeah, we'll have to put that cam on the tripod.
So this is a Russian doll. She is porcelain. I don't know how old she is, but she's marked. I don't know how well this is showing. Let's see. Yeah, it's not showing good enough. Yeah, we're just using this camera. It's new to us. We just set it up tonight. We decided to use it tonight so then we know how to adjust things. That's the reason why I got the box, because the box will probably go with her when I sell her. That way I know even if the box is damaged in transit, she won't be. And that's the thing. There are people that behave in certain ways with certain people, and then other people. I don't have time to be one or to be both. I just have to be authentic. With that said, I get myself in trouble. I definitely can do that. Oh shoot! I'm moving stuff to Snail. I moved her. You know, and I definitely know it's easier to stay in your comfort zone. If I stayed in my comfort zone, I wouldn't be who I am today. That's I think you were here earlier when we showed it initially. I put one of the
No, Jess hasn't sold the Xbox yet.
Did someone else?
Yeah, Jeffrey.
No, not yet. As far as I know, Jeffrey. Neither one of them has sold those yet.
Those will probably get sold on a different platform.
I suggested to both the girls because they mentioned that they were thinking about selling them. I said, well, if you do, why don't you just go ahead and bring them to YouTube, see if there's any interest. At least you showed it there first. You know, they have a lot they're going through.
We live in a military community. They can move them pretty quick, probably through Facebook.
Mm-hmm. You know, and I mean, they just moved in together in September, and like Jess has been coming on our channel since October.
And then Elise, we had Elise in December.
Was it December or the end of November?
End of November.
Initially, we were going to wait until
the new year.
Because some people they behave certain ways with certain people and certain ways with others. You know, some people are serious keyboard warriors and have no problem emailing people.
Yeah, they know. They both are. You know, Elise is really big into gaming. Jess games a little bit. So yeah, they know they can go on the internet and everything on them. They're extras.
Yeah.
Elise had one when she moved in. So Jess's is in nicer condition. So Jess is selling hers. And then the PS5, neither one of them play.
Yeah, so, she hasn't used it at all since she's been here, and she's like, I'd rather someone get use out of it. And it's like, well, as long as you're sure you're ready to do that, right? Sometimes, you know, sometimes you're not ready to let go. It's not, I mean, she purchased that during COVID.
Well, no, that's her second one. That one's only been turned on, she said, like 3 or 4 times.
No, she said twice.
Yeah. The other one, she bought that right after all of her stuff got ransacked.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's the second one. The first one
is in a bag in their apartment because it's busted into a million pieces.
Because hate crimes have been happening when you're serving in uniform. And so that's what's been the most difficult. You know, certain people are like, well, you know, just leave YouTube. If it was that easy, it'd have been done. But it doesn't stop with getting off of a platform.
And, you know, YouTube, we already figured out, is not going to be our huge money-making platform.
No, it's where we socially, like, it's kind of like the Emporias. Why mention that? Oh my goodness. Yeah. What? Hey, because I think she's still in. Hey, should we review her review?
I loved her review.
Loved the review. And I mean, even if your review had been anything different, we'd have still loved it because I don't know.
Honesty. I mean, if we mess up hacking, you know, let us know.
If we could do something better, let us know. Other people's opinions don't really matter, but then they do. Like we can both see that that's a right angle, but if you could see that it could be done differently, then if we can do it more efficiently. And that's what I love about you, Myra, with your unboxings or unenveloping. Right. Wait, there was another one she did. Unflipable.
Yeah.
And, you know, and it doesn't matter who it is. The one added aspect that I think some people miss is the fact that you work for the postal system. So yeah, you have that aspect that you're able to give too.
You know, I did when I was in high school. One of my science classes was we had to do egg drops, and I took second in that, the 1,000-foot drop where they dropped it with the crane. It cracked my egg to where it barely started leaking at 1,000 foot. You know, so I kind of get into the boxing and packaging. It's like, all right, what can I do to make sure this glass item could literally just be on top of a building and thrown off and survive? So I kind of get into it. To me, it kind of turns into a game. Steph likes to have all the really nice paint, nice, you know, making sure that it's going to survive, you know, falling off the back of the truck going down the highway.
So that's the reason why we don't put on ours. There's a couple other larger channels that tell the staff, as long as y'all pack like a girl is going to land on it, there's no need to put a sticker on it for that reason right there, because certain individuals see it, and I'm not going to kid you, I've had 2 packages, was not that the items were damaged. The one that upset me is that the reseller, it's the carrier, because at least until recently, I thought if your box was damaged or your package was damaged, I know Mr. Stephanie got one this week. Where was it a poly bag?
Yeah, it was your camera.
All right, yeah, the camera we're using, it had a sticker that there was damage on the bag, right? There was a box that I got. It was before Thanksgiving, so it's actually probably before Halloween, but we'll say somewhere between Halloween and the first of
The whole side of the box was caved in.
the whole side of the box was
Top was
caved
taped
in.
back down over it.
There was shards of glass, and I'm like, what the hell? And like when I to the post office, I have my phone ready. I take pictures of the whole thing. I do that because of aspects of being on YouTube as a buyer, not as a seller, but as a buyer since September. So, but I've been doing those photographs since what? Well, since August.
And talking about the fragile sticker thing, when I was in high school, I worked for Gibson's, and we had to unload the truck every Tuesday night. And that was always the joke. If you grabbed a box that said fragile, whoever was throwing it off the stack would yell fragile and throw it as hard as they could.
I had a vintage platter that didn't survive the trip. There was not a sticker on it. No, I've had 3 packages damaged.
Yeah.
Actually, I've had 4, but only 2 boxes was the damage unrepairable. One of them included antiques. Yes, antiques, not vintage.
And it destroyed all but 3.
So it destroyed. No, I got 1, maybe 2 of the antiques, but I think it was only 1, and I think it was 2 of the ornaments. But anyways, past that, the necklace also survived. Remember,
Yeah.
but every package inside this package, because it was multiple floating boxes inside a box, everything was damaged.
Like each box.
Every box was damaged.
Like they ripped it open at the while they were loading it, and then just shoved everything in and taped it back down and called it good.
I actually waited several hours after I got it before I opened it because I was scared to open it. Because I knew what I had purchased.
Remember, that's only flipped upside down to open because all the top is so busted
And I'm
up.
like, there was no denying, it didn't matter who the carrier was, whether it started with UPS and ended with the post office, or went the whole time with the post office. Whoever was handling that from the point it was damaged on, knew that that package was damaged and there wasn't a label placed on it. It was just very disturbing because it felt like my space had been violated. I know that sounds weird, but that's what it felt like. When we opened it, everything other than, I know for sure one antique item survived, possibly two, but I think it was only one. And then there was a couple personal items that have been made several years ago. Those made it, but that was only because of how they were made. And the necklace, but the box was damaged. Remember, I thought that the necklace literally crushed the box. It looked like someone had ran over the box and then reformed it and taped it back together. I mean, the tape on the outside had shards. So whoever damaged it, repackaged it improperly to begin with, and then they used more tape, and it wasn't USPS tape, it was packaging tape.
Wow.
There was a mop in the
MOP.
There was an MOP in the USPS lobby that was wow. Wow. It took me 3 days. I was upset, but not at the reseller. I was upset because like this reseller had started, and I don't know when this reseller began selling her family heirlooms, but that's exactly what they were. And we're talking some of them are antique. I remember it took me 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
I even considered the fact that it taken me so long to message her the condition. Now I took 32 photos from the point I got to the post office, it being in the post office, so she could obviously do the full unboxing. It still took me 3 days because I prayed about it. At this point, as most of y'all know, I have people that don't agree with me. So I actually almost reached out to another reseller to get their opinion if I should just consider a total loss because I didn't want to be bashed anymore. And this was in October. Yeah, it was October because it wasn't even November yet. And I might have mentioned something to another seller about it, not who it was or anything, but just the loss of the stuff. And it wasn't even the fact that I wanted refunded. It was the fact that this was items that this person had finally
never be replaced.
Was ready to go to a new home, and they had been totally damaged beyond repair. And so I actually sent them an email on the third day and said, hey, I wanted you to be aware that I received a package and there's significant damage. I'm going to send you so many photos. I want you to be prepared for it because just for me, I felt violated. This being her family's heirloom, so multi-generational. I wanted her prepared for what she was going to see. I will tell you, she fully refunded me for everything damaged, and I didn't ask her to. I didn't expect her to. But that's just who she is. I haven't made another purchase with her, but that's only because I wanted to get through the peak season of them using our packages as footballs. Because it's the one thing when I buy any glass, and I've bought some. I'm careful with who I buy it from right now, only because if I don't know how they package, I just don't buy. And it's not because I don't, it's because I don't have that history with them yet. So that one definitely looked like someone ran it over, or all but run it over.
We had the one that had the
Don't,
slates.
don't. Oh yeah,
Had
so
the slates in it. That
oh yeah, and
the
that's,
whole side of the box was caved in, and not a thing was injured.
So
inside.
check this
The
out.
person packed right.
Check this out. These have not come to the screen, but Myra, you might recognize them. So these were purchased a while ago, and I will tell you, I think there's 9 of them. Oh wow, I haven't unwrapped them since we unwrapped them to make sure they weren't broke. So they're slates. Let me pull them back. They're slates, and I mean they're long. So it says on the back what they are. What's interesting, I'll tell you why I made this purchase. For one, because they're slate. I know it's unprofessional, but I've already been vaping on here.
What are you getting hot?
No. Showing one of my tattoos.
Oh.
So let's see if we can find one that matches. Alright, that one doesn't have it marked, but so that is family. Wait, I think there it is. I think maybe. Actually, it's pretty close. It's pretty close.
Yeah, but pretty close.
I know, pretty close is a different word. Anyway. No, I wasn't getting hot, but hey, that looks good. That's 2. Here's the 3rd one. Now, I didn't tell the reseller that her package was drop kicked to Arrowhead because not a thing was damaged in transit, and the whole side was caved in. I'm telling you. And these were in it. The reason why these were not damaged is because she used a whole roll of bubble wrap.
And that's definitely the hazard to selling vintage is you may not find another piece, so all you can do is monetary someone back.
Yeah. I mean, she did the stand-up thing, and I think I just showed that one, but I'll show it again. I have to figure out what the cost of goods are on this one before I sell them. This one says health and money, but maybe that's what it is. So there's 1, 2, and I'm telling you, not only did she use, a whole roll of bubble wrap, but she's obviously moved multiple times in her life. 5. And I mean that respectfully because, like, there's 6 of them. So I think I paid $9, but I'll have to check that one. But yeah, she had a whole roll of bubble wrap. I used that bubble wrap to send other things to people because I didn't need it. I just needed enough to re-wrap them. Let's see. Mr. Stephanie, and a couple years ago, my sister did a polar plunge in Jamestown, and I know she was very cold after because I was there. That's awesome, Jeffrey. Yeah, it's definitely a real hazard, and when we're outsourcing, and there are a few things that we pass on because they're not cool, not because they're not affordable, and we can't make a profit out of them.
She got today, that one scared me. Shit.
Yeah, that's gonna be a springtime thing, and that's if
Thin glass.
that's if I just don't go on the road trip and I take it that way. Where did I put that? I want to show her because we didn't record that one.
Well, no, because we were going in close.
Right there.
Oh. Got great pattern on it. But it is some thin glass.
Yeah, it's thin. Very much pressure is changing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be nosy to see who else is on, not because I'm back here, but I just figured let's see who's. Wait, we're getting ready to be at New Year's Central Time in 19 minutes.
Yep.
So let's go to. You're gonna what? If I sell glass, I think it will be. I would. I I purchased through a late evening auction, uh, a piece of bitten glass that can be seen on the tool guys. We went. I think you were on that road trip. I gotta take that off. I'm gonna figure out how much it weighs here in a minute. I broke my neck just over 21 years ago. I was still in a brace when Mr. Stephanie and I got together. Um, I purchased it on a late night, and I purchased a bunch of clothes to be able to nest it in. And I asked the seller to, wrap it in it, and she assured me she knew how to wrap. And I'm like, no, I'm not saying you're not, or that you don't know how to. Know that they're taking my packages ahead. That's weird. I blinked out for a minute. Let me see.
I know you don't know.
All right. That they're taking my packages to Arrowhead before they deliver them, and okay, you didn't see the haul after the road trip. Um, I wonder. I wonder how much I still got it. Well, that's the one. Oh, the sign.
Yeah.
Why don't you go grab the sign? We'll show you. So the two guys showed us an app. I'll have to look it up on my phone. I haven't used it. All right, let me make sure. I thought you moved it, but maybe
No, the only thing I moved was my tray.
Mr. Stephanie, it's right here. You can show it. Anyways,
So-
we went to an estate sale.
So we found this, and it says Frank Sedal soap, and it's basically like to clean the soot off the walls and stuff, which that's cool as it is. But then on the back, and yeah, we've got to move the camera, otherwise it's never going to show. But on the back, it gives the story of where it came from. And I hit it right the first time. When we moved into my grandmother's house in 1972, I found what appeared to be an old camp box in the basement. The only items that were salvageable were the handles and the lid. This right here is the lid to the box. I saved the handles and used them on the drawers to the 2 gun cabinets that I had Paul Vanderberger build in 1978 out of the wood that Uncle Bob had left from building their house in 1965 and then gave it to me. So this is the lid off the box and explains where it came from. So it's just so cool. And yeah, I'm still kind of loving it right now. So
That I'm building a lot. Let me go over here. Yep, because I got them here. I'm missing a book. I've probably got it somewhere. But at that estate sale, estate sale, and it was no upscale. Okay, I'm telling you, there was enough space for probably 3 families with children to live comfortably without being in each other's space except the common area. And a place to sell. Just saying.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I got a Willie Mays book. It is number 6. It's got some issues, but it's Willie Mays. Come on, y'all. I had another book, but I'm not sure. I might have said it, so I didn't sell it right away. And then this book is the here, you say it.
Psychopathology of Everyday Life by Freud.
Yeah, it's by Freud.
So, and the price was right, and I figured they were kind of neat books.
I mean, who doesn't like Freud?
Anyone that's ever read Freud just knows if there was a flagpole in front of their school, they had issues.
Trying to think what else did we get. We went.
I don't know, some of it's personal stuff that's probably somewhere else in the house.
Mm-hmm.
You got some coins from that estate sale.
Oh, I did get some coins.
And then we went, that ruby red heavy picture.
Oh, yeah. I got it sitting right here. So, Mr. Stephanie would not let me get the dancing minion that sung. He wouldn't. Didn't he play for the Yankees or something?
I don't know, because
Alright, here.
I'm wearing 2 pairs of glasses. So we were sourcing in another place that we found over there in Kansas City area. And I saw this sitting on a shelf. And this thing is heavy.
Give me a second and I'll confirm who
But yeah, we picked it up there, and it's a neat piece. She's looking to see who he played for because I can't remember.
I mean, I know who Willie Mays is, but otherwise I wouldn't have picked him up. But let me ask Siri because my brain's not working. The inner part of my brain hasn't been functioning right because of the stress. Hey Siri, who did Willie Mays play for? New York and San Francisco Giants. So the New York Mets and San Francisco. Okay, I was pretty sure he played for New York, but I wanted. And this one, he is in San Francisco. San Francisco. And it's a rough book, but I'm telling you, for anyone that wants something Willie Mays, and then the paper's red. The edging is red. So yeah, New York, Mets, and San Francisco. And then Mr. Stephanie, because we've been, I mean, I know you showed it, but I think it's a cool piece. It is a heavy piece. How much for this or for Willie? Oh Lord, you my Ruby Red, don't you?
Oh, no.
Mr. Stephanie, if you like baseball, then you would like Baseball Hall of Fame.
She wants Willie.
You want Willie? Let me comp him. I was gonna do a lot for him. I know what I paid, but let me see what he comps for. I mean,
obviously we ain't gonna charge you what.
No, she knows. I think she knows that.
But you know, we don't want to sell you it for $3 and then find out that it was only worth 50 cents.
I can't sell it for 3. I've got more than that.
Well, I know what I'm saying is, you know, you don't want to sell something and then it's only worth a small amount.
All right, so he is comping for this exact book, but not the same condition. And yeah, so better condition for the same book, and I'm going to show you better condition. So, right, you can see just the frame right there. This one, no, it's not going to show, but it's $12. I'll be honest, just because it's you, Myra. I've got $4 into him.
Want to go for 4?
So I'll tell you what. You tell me what you'll pay. I need at least what I have in for. And I can't put a sticker on him because I don't want to tear it's paperback. So, but you know there's a lot of wear on him. I mean, if it had been other books, I don't know that I'd picked it up. All right, $6. That sounds good. That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm gonna put him in plastic really quick.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm gonna put him in plastic that away. Go get me, Mr. Stuffy. Would you get me one of my small poly bags?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, $6. And we said we weren't gonna sell nothing, but you know what? Not everyone can. Not everyone can appreciate Willie. He's, you know, I'm definitely light skinned, but by no means is my heart one shade versus another. My mama raised us to be colorblind, and I'm grateful to have raised my children colorblind as well. I can tell you, growing up in Southeast Colorado wasn't necessarily easy. Um, my mom, um, worked at a convenience store, and us kids were curious. We were naturally curious. Oh, no, that's cool. That's cool. I'm not sealing this. I'm not going to seal this. I'm just going to put some tape on it. Watching your unboxing, I knew you were going to struggle with cutting through that poly bag, and I'm not giggling because I thought it was funny, but I knew that you were going to get hung up on it because, you could save a poly bag depending on how you cut it, but figuring out where. Oh, come on. This cannot be a fresh roll. No, there it is. There it is. Anyway, so my mom worked at a convenience store. She worked at multiple convenience stores, but one day, I don't even know why we were there, and this guy, mind you, I was probably 7, maybe 8. This guy was like a giant. Like, I guess a 7-year-old, I thought he could touch, well, maybe he could touch the ceiling. I bet you if he had jumped, he could have touched the ceiling. Anyways, my brother and I, so my Irish twin and I, we kept debating on the fact of if this guy was a basketball player. He had to be a basketball player. And mind you, we'd never seen a basketball player. But this guy, for one, most basketball players professionally that we would see were on TV and they were of color. And we got the nerve. We were respectful because my mama would have spanked our butts right there. Okay. We asked him. We're like, we got a question, sir. Of course, he was so sweet, and he goes, sure. And we asked him, are you a basketball player? And he goes, well, actually, I am. We were stunned. So, his name was Mike Green, and Green spelled Greene. Let's put Willie on there. So I will undo it before and take the paper out, and then I'll put it back. But the book will come in the poly bag, and I won't seal it, but it'll be taped. That way, for when you can reuse that poly bag. But anyways, he goes, "Do y'all want an autograph?" And we're starstruck because, at least in my memory, he's probably the most famous person at the point that we knew. He had, and I might have it in our storage in South Central. I'll have to look, but we had many moves since then, so who knows. But he had, like, they almost looked like door hangers, but he had his name. Huh?
We're in the last minute of 2024.
Oh, hey, we're in the last All right, let's see it. Let's see it. Kansas City.
You know,
That's fine. Happy New Year's, y'all. Kansas is in the new year as of.
so I'll explain something in a minute.
Woo woo! Yep,
Yep.
it just turned. We are in the new year.
Hey, hey,
Goodbye.
hey.
Good riddance, 2024. Thank you for all the blessings in my life, even the struggles. No, I will never thank the Lord for someone trying to tear me and my family down. I will never thank him for that. But I will thank the Lord for the strength and the people that he put in our path to weather that storm and to give us the strength to carry on. Because I want to tell you, there were some really dark nights.
So our hometown breeded baseball players.
Mm-hmm.
We had two go pro out of high school
Did you hear
or
that?
out of college and to the pros. One was Doug Brocail, and the other one was Ellerton.
Yeah, Scott Ellerton.
Yeah, they both went pro. I know both of them played for the Rockies for a while.
Oh, come on.
And everything. So, yeah, it's kind of neat, you know. I mean, I grew up with around those guys, you know. So,
And she said who. I know who she's talking about.
yeah,
I'll have to look them up really quick because I think it felt slightly different, but I know who you're talking about. That's cool. Um, yeah, my mama was looking across the store like y'all did not just do that. And Mike walked up with us kids holding our hands, one on either side, and he said, Miss Josie, because yes, my mom's name was Josie. He goes, Miss Josie, you raised some very polite children, and thank you. It wasn't until probably years after that that I understood what that thank you meant. Um, we went back to the South for a visit. My mom tried to every other year. She was a single mom, and there was years where my dad wouldn't pay child support, so it was all on her. So she attempted every other year to take us back home um, to see her family. Firecrackers all over the place. So my dogs are traumatized. It sounds silly because our neighbors train pretty regularly, and my dogs can tolerate 90% of it, but fireworks,
because they're closer to a gunshot close by.
they have issues, especially our senior dog. But our senior dog was abused in a previous life, and so I was gonna bring it up,
Yeah.
but yeah, at least Central Time is now New Year's, y'all. And seriously, I meant that. Your battery's low. That's all right, honey. You can go. You're way
Yeah.
up past your bedtime usually, I think. I mean that respectfully. I'm glad you stayed out with us and hung out for New Year's with us too. And Myra, know that you're definitely a blessing in our life.
A very big blessing.
So appreciate you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Welcome 2025.
Yep. 2024. Oh, we already locked the chastity belt on. And if y'all don't believe me that the keys are being melted, here's the keys, here's the keys, here's the keys. The last 4 years have been nothing but one thing after another. And we've all been sitting in one way or another holding on for dear life. And you know what? It's time to take back the reins. And you know what? We all can do it. Doesn't mean tomorrow it's going to be sunshine and rainbows. The only thing it means is, you know what? You ain't going to have to face it alone. So, yeah. Jeffrey, let's see. Steph, when you get a chance, will you read the story I just sent you, please? Is it in chat or is it in an email? Okay, let me go to my email. See, I told you they were going to have issues. Hey, hey, Petey. Petey.
It's on his community tab.
Oh,
just posted.
Okay, I'll go look, sweetheart.
All right, Petey. Petey.
You know, when we're live, sometimes we can do things almost instantly versus with the lag. But sometimes life cannot be instant. So you said community tab?
Yep. And he just posted it, so.
You're the baseball commissioner of life? Youth baseball commissioner does more. Wow. Well, Jeffrey, that's incredible, bud.
It is.
See, we all bring something to the table, right? When you get a chance, I would read my story on the community tab.
That's what you just did.
Would you like me to read what I can read on it? Would you like me to read it live? If you do, give a thumbs up or say yes, and I'll do it. If not, that's fine. People can go to your community page and read it. It's definitely something I'd be willing to do for you. And we gotta find my babe. I'm just looking for chat and the bit that you want me to, sweetheart. So, and I'm calling you sweetheart, but I should just be calling you Jeffrey. Maybe it's a lack of sleep.
Yeah, it's a real deal.
What?
That's a real deal.
It is a real deal.
If my body would allow me, I'd just curl up in bed and sleep for 2 days.
I said you will just. Okay, you sent me an email. Okay, let me go there. And then, of course, it might take a minute or two because the last one did. Oh, wow.
But he just emailed you the story for you to read.
So you want me to read it live? I just want to confirm. Y'all see my level up there? I got that for $1 in the last couple weeks. Yeah, when it was down in South Central Kansas. A lot of people misunderstand me, so I figured visuals would help. If you feel like I'm challenging you, then level up. Oh, I need to point that way. I'm gonna have to learn this camera because it's definitely.
Well, and it's going to move because we've got to get it off that screen.
Yeah. Yeah, because the screen's bleeding it out.
Mm-hmm.
So what if you put it up there on the? Would it attach to that right there? No. Okay. I'm gonna get it ready in case he wants me to read it live. 'Cause And if you don't, that's alright too. I showed this yesterday. No, I'm still not sure I want to sell it.
Say, if it wasn't on the screen, it would. That's what we've been fighting with the camera on the laptop.
Mm-hmm. Mama said there would be days like this. At True Value, which is a hardware store, I think most people know what Value is, but and it says enjoy your life. It's inscribed on the
Okay,
inside.
Jeffrey, she'll read it to herself here in a few.
Okay. Um, I'm thinking I want to keep that for a while because I'm gonna have to remind myself the one thing that was not taught to me growing up was having healthy boundaries and standing firm in them. And I've struggled on a personal level and the professional level to have those boundaries without being overrun. Um, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, when you don't have boundaries even in your personal life and you start setting them, people feel like they've done something wrong. In turn, it makes you feel like you're doing something wrong. And so there's a lot of work that comes into to that aspect. So I think I'm gonna probably hang on to that. And then my most favorite,
Yeah.
all right, take care of the expensive black. Yeah, because this one was $15 at True Value. 15. But this one is Palms or Psalms. I said Palms last night too. Psalms 139:14. It says fearfully and wonderfully made. And I know someone that is doing Psalms right now. So if I get if it I don't know. But fearfully and wonderfully made. And if y'all don't understand this. Out of more than 7 trillion people in the world, God looked at you and knew that the world needed one of you. That might sound cheesy to some of you. Think about it. I want to see if they're coming back here because I'm not selling it. At least not for right now. Whenever you get one. And these guys, I've got to start taking. I tell you, I passed on stuff because I did not have this merch bag with me. This was the first thing on YouTube that I was ever given in a giveaway. And I never had, I didn't have to make, there's my new one. See, this is my new one. My old one, the one that went whoop,
But it works around your neck like a dream during sales.
it does. Because it's like seamstress.
Yeah. And you don't
The-
have to fight and look for it.
The two old guys sent me a new one. They actually sent me two. They sent me an orange one like this one. And they sent me a purple one and just asked kindly to have one.
So we paid it forward.
So I gave her one because I gotten someone sent me like a greenish one of these, and then someone else sent me one that looks like a Stanley. And then watch your eyes. Yeah. Whew. So yeah, that has got to go in my vehicle. Hey, the black light. Yeah.
Yeah. It needs to go with us. I kick myself in the butt every time I walk into a store full of
It's
glass.
because I'm not grabbing the back because I've been having it in the background. Every time and I'm like,
I walk into the store and I just see glass everywhere, vintage glass.
got that from Save Here First, Ella herself. She was selling these. Well, she only had one of these. She had different pendants. The necklace is something I already had. But I purchased the pendant. And I actually purchased, let me see if I've got it in here. I've got my laptop setting on a vintage jewelry box. I intended to sell that too at some point this last year, but it just wasn't meant to be.
I think it makes a nice office box.
And it's kind of turned into my office box. Let me show you some of this. Most of the stuff in my background, most of it, we'll say 90% of the stuff in my background has come off of YouTube auctions. I am proud, for real, of those I make purchases from and then set it in my background. So everyone that I purchase from, I typically I make one purchase with them. I make one purchase with them to see if
How it arrives.
how it arrives, how they package, how they invoice, how they ship. So I know a lot of people, a lot actually, and this ain't calling anyone out. This is just a real general issue on YouTube. I say YouTube because I haven't seen it anywhere else. But someone will make one purchase with you, right? They've given you all their info so then you can invoice them. They get one item or maybe even two, and the shipping's going to be more than. And I get it because I struggled with when I started doing sales. Sometimes they were paying more in shipping than they were for the product. Not because the value was different, right? Think about that. Most people that purchase something from you has already calculated what the shipping is likely going to be to them. So when you don't invoice them, it's a good indicator that they're not coming back to buy anymore. Let's see. So we're going to do, yeah, these are not for sale. So this was like my second or third purchase from Denise. Denise's Magical Emporium. Give me a second because I gotta see if I can find my jewelry holder. I did have it, but we've moved several things.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to do it enough justice. But I purchased this from her. It was her first sale after election night. So it's purple enamel, right? I think it's enamel in the way. Green and orange. So this baby is getting pinned up there because that is an unfinished quilt. That unfinished quilt was sold by Dee Dee, the virtual shopkeeper Dee Dee. And Nana purchased that. It was during the time when I was on the buying freeze, and she didn't know that. She didn't know that, but she knew I loved it. So she purchased it and had it gifted to me, and Dee Dee sent it to me. And so my favorite song by Dolly Parton is "A Coat of Many Colors." It was one of my mama's favorite songs from Dolly. And that quilt, unfinished quilt, reminds me of "A Coat of Many Colors." And so this pin is going to go up there, not tonight, because yeah, it's not going to happen tonight. But it'll be up there eventually. Soon. I don't know why it took me a bigger pin. Maybe I thought I was going to put it on. And then I don't quite remember who I got this from, but it might have been from Cajun Roots Reseller. It might have been. Meaning, dude, it was right here and it looked really cute, but it looks almost, it's bleeding out. It looks like a butterfly. It's got a flower in the middle. I've gotten a lot of pins and stuff from him. This one definitely came from Cajun Roots Reseller. It's going up there too. Now this one came from the Queen Bean. Do not remember her whole name, but she's in Colorado. It was my first purchase with her, and she did not mind. She actually emailed me and asked, if I minded if she, how'd she put it? If I wanted her to charge me just for the item and hold it, or charge for the item and shipping and go ahead and ship it to me. See, that's the way it needs to be done. If you question if you should be shipping something to someone because the price is shipping, trust the person that made the purchase with you. Drop them an email and get some direction.
Yeah, okay.
Communication.
Do you want this now, or do you plan on coming back and buying more right away? Or?
Communication is key, and it works both ways. I will tell you, I have a black book, and there's more resellers in that black book because they failed to communicate or ghosted me and then sent me an invoice that was over 2 months old. They ghosted me for. That's how, if you were in the last, 6 weeks, maybe 7, there was a morning show where invoicing with PayPal was brought up, and I mentioned about people being able to manipulate a PayPal invoice to make it appear to be older than it is, because it happened to me. I'm not stirring the pot. I was blasted with that information. Here's the problem. I have the emails to prove that that invoice didn't exist until 2 days before the peak season for shipping started.
2025.
I know.
All shit goes bye-bye.
I know. But I needed to let it go. And it did. Let's see. This guy, he didn't come off an auction. Do you have the rest of them? They're on the other side, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, these California raisins. And how's that song go? Come on. Come on. What's the California record song? Don't tell us it. Don't tell us it's there. Oh, it was the doll. I can show her that. I heard it through the grapevine. Anyways, I'm pretty sure this was a free item. If not,
It's cool.
it's still cool. And I figured out, because I got, this is a belt, sapphire, gold tone sapphire. It still got its tag on there. It was originally $20, and then they asked $9.99, and I paid, I think, $9 for it. But I was going to pay $9 for it. Anyways, they got these hoops. They're the metal is hammered, and he looks like he's swinging. So he didn't come off a YouTube auction. I got him off eBay a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it was around Christmas time. So I think the week before Christmas.
Something like that.
Yeah, he's standing there, right? Can you see him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, oh yeah, I see him. Yeah, because here's. Alright.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, now I see him. Alright, it's where I was looking. In the morning show, they were asking people to drop links for other platforms that you sell on. I don't remember if the radio face dropped his own link or if it was Jennifer that did, but either way, his link came up and there was multiple others. And I went on and what is it on eBay? You do the hearts on eBay. Is it liking? It's not putting it in the cart. It's almost got to be like liking it or loving it, whatever. And then I think it was the next day. The radio face was on the 2 hip chick. Now it came in so late, I can't tell you if he was there selling or if he was just chit chatting. But I mentioned something about I checked out his eBay store and noticed a few things. So we took it to email and we discussed what I was really eyeing. Mr. Steph was like, well, show me whatever, what you like. So Mr. Stephanie told me what he wanted, which of course I knew what he wanted because it was his birth year. I got a double whammy for my paper stuff that I wanted because it was my birth year, but wasn't issued to the person until my Irish twin had been born. My Irish twin and I are only 10 months and 27 days apart. So it was even more amazing. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I can't tell because you just got those glasses on. You're like,
It's because I can almost read the screen
okay, so you're
better than I can looking through the bottom of my glasses.
well. Okay, so you see Jeffrey when he types something in, and so that's what. Okay. Jeffrey, how late do you stay up? I'm only asking because this is cool. You're just sitting there going, dude, we can't even see you on the screen. Here,
Because you moved the
Mr. Stephanie's comfortable. He's kind of like,
cold out.
just the way you see it. Look at it. He's cool. I like your new look. And I totally knew.
Hot, man.
I knew that John was going to say what he was going to say about. That's why you put it on, huh?
Exactly.
So, John, when you see this later, know that that's exactly why Mr. Stephanie wore this out tonight. It's just to get a rise out of you.
That's it. I'm gonna order me. And then you'll never know which hat I'm gonna wear whenever I come on. It's gonna be the team he roots for because I actually kind of like the team he roots for. I like the
Who's he?
quarterback, the Rams. I like the quarterback.
The Rams.
Yeah,
That the Rams.
no, St. Louis because they no longer have them. It's a California team.
It's a California team.
Yeah.
So,
So-
is this college or professional?
Pro. So I'm gonna order a cap. So whenever I come on screen, I could be wearing either one.
Why don't you just get with John and have him source you one,
Yeah.
and then y'all could trade minus shipping for something? I'm sure.
Yeah, good idea.
Just an idea. Not saying it has to happen that way. Let's see. I think I got more stuff from California area or Arizona. I don't know. To be fair, I think it's about equal.
Yeah, it's about equal. I know shipping wise, we were shipping more to California this time.
No, I mean to us.
To us is about equal.
I think it's about equal.
You remember there's a chunk of that came directly
There's like
across from us here.
this was a late night purchase. Lord have mercy, I got enough flack because I was the first one in for this guy. There was a lot until I refreshed. I made sure I was in live chat. I might have speeded up chat because anyone can do that if you know how to do it. This cup I sourced locally, but I've been to it multiple times. All my kids have been. Mr. Stephanie and I've been there.
I've been to the top.
Been to the top, been on the catwalk. I was there before the catwalk actually existed.
Yep, Gizmo.
And Gizmo, no, Gizmo at this point is not for sale. Oh, I just broke my necklace again. Give me a second. You're gonna watch how I repair this, baby. Come on. That's actually how I got the pendant on too, because I'll have to make sure it's actually secure later, but actually hold. There we go. That one's good. This one came from the East Coast. This one came near another installation or from another installation that does boom boom. Actually was stationed there for his last bit. When I say Harley Quinn, I can have an angel on one side and I can have Harley Quinn, or depending on the day, it may be Harley Quinn, it may be Medea. Tell you what, most days it's Medea. Let's see. This one, I got one more. Where to go? I got two of these. I'm just not quite sure what the other one is. It's gotta be up here somewhere. But these ones came from the Revive It sisters. Oh, there's the other one. It's up here, duh. Yes, I put stuff and stuff. So they're identical. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. My grandma has a lot of carnival glass, but she has a lot of grandchildren. So, and I'm not sentimental to have the stuff. I'm good with just sourcing my own and getting similar pieces. This was my first purchase. Now this is okay. This is my first purchase from Lisa's Fun Finds, and this is I still have stuff in the truck on Gizmo. I sat on Gizmo. Jeffrey, that's cool though. That's cool. That's something to be proud of. So I got this recently, meaning before Christmas, but I think it was after Thanksgiving when I purchased my first time from Lisa Fun Finds. And I've been subbed to her since the summertime. I actually did a lot of first purchases with people because, like John said earlier, when we started the back porch, 2025's new year. A lot of people need to be given a clean slate, and I absolutely agree. Some people deserve a chance that maybe they weren't afforded to begin with. I am very happy with this purchase, and I want you to know she knows how to package. This was beautifully wrapped and
Here's Gizmo.
All right, let me put Gizmo up so I don't sit on him. Poor Gizmo. I have another one, but I don't know if he made the trip, and if he didn't, he's still in our modified pop-up camper that may or may not have been overrun by building life at this point. Yeah, I told y'all that we were homeless, not houseless. Let's see. This one came from Gina's for Get Me Not. She made those. I've got a couple of them still that I've been trying to sell. I'm going to bring them back this year. They're in 2025, 2024, went into a chastity belt, and we're melting the keys. But I think it was October 23rd when she was selling on Johnny's, and she gives the story on why she made these and why she was selling them. This guy, this came from our community. They gifted it. What was it? Thanksgiving, Mr. Stephanie.
Oh yeah, our Thanksgiving dinner. They gifted it was
This came from the late night show. This came from Texas. This came from Texas, and it's a Houston Astros ball. That was late night too. I kind of missed all that, but I don't miss.
So I didn't get much into the late night auctions because I usually had to go to bed as they were
I know, but
within an hour of
you
them
know how
starting.
much I enjoyed it. These came from Johnny's. This was like my second purchase with him. Might have been my third. So this one's it says the sticker on the bottom says 1985, but here on the back it's signed and it says 1984. 1984 is what it's written here, but on the sticker it's 85. So that's a medic soldier. That's a medic soldier. These won't be, that one won't be for sale. Being an army mama, I keep stuff like that. This came with us. These were two together. Last year, a league did not play, but I did coach on the school team, and I got to travel with the school team on their bus. That's awesome, Jeffrey. Something I have not shown, and I've had it since, I actually had it since, around my birthday. So around my first solo sale, but I didn't bring it. I had intended to, but then life happened. So the box isn't set in just no, it's set, right? I'm just showing stuff. Just showing stuff. Now it's really setting right. It's got that. So, I was building a. If you notice, let me erase this up for a minute. See my M&M cup up there? That was gifted from the Pickies. My mom used to get things that were versatile that could be used for more than one reason. So the M&M containers, they still make them. They have their tops, and you can have them as ornaments. So there's that one. This all came from the same. This was sourced locally. This one's red. This one's yellow. I've considered selling these. I don't know that I will. They're from Hong Kong, and they were sourced in Hong Kong. I sourced them from the person themselves. So the importance of that, of what these are, we're just going to do an earring. And put earrings, or not, well, I mean, you can put earrings, but they're for a ring. And I've got two of their swans. Yes, they will test. They're amazing. From Hong Kong.
We need to go pick her place again.
I know. I will not ever give that source up. Her husband. It's gone now, but she's still she's still kicking. So I got those, the box, and those from her. And I was asked to come back, and I haven't because life got busy. And I don't. The M&Ms are definitely not gonna sell. I thought, well, maybe I'll do them in a lot or something, but those aren't easy to find to begin with. They really aren't.
You know, I think those get sold. They get sold for, a good price.
Yeah,
What they're worth. Not.
yeah, they're not going for. And then let's see what else do I have. Well, it's fixing to be New Year's in Colorado.
Yeah.
It is fixing to be New Year's in Colorado. We got about 14 minutes. Now, I did say we would definitely stay up for New Year's for
Colorado.
for Mountain Time.
I don't know if I'm gonna make
Kelly Time.
Kelly time.
Mr. Stephanie says he may not make Kelly Time, y'all.
I mean, not only is it New Year's, it's our 21st anniversary.
It is our 21st anniversary. It's been 21 years with this guy. 21 years. And he's still pretty freaking amazing. Even when he don't agree with me.
Are you?
The one thing we've agreed upon, right, is the fact that this year is take no shit.
Yep.
So we're gonna still be who we are. But things are gonna stop one way or another. They have to. One of the cool things I got this year. What's the likelihood of Steph shutting her YouTube down? 0. YouTube is big enough for everybody. It is. Another item. I thought maybe if we got a few people in here, maybe we should have done it earlier. Shit, I don't even know what I did with them. We went to the store before we came live, and I might have got some stuff to give away. Wasn't big stuff, because, I mean...
Yeah, we can use it for giveaways.
I mean, we could. Hey, Jeffrey, if you had to choose peace, hope, or love, which one would you choose? Peace, hope, or love? Which one would you choose? And I promise it's not a trick question. Last year, I did not. Hopefully, you read it. Oh yeah, I will go through. I'll go through and read that.
she'll actually probably read it to me while we're laying in bed. That's usually how.
Hope, you got it, bud. I'm going to show you what Hope just got you.
It's gonna be New Year's in Colorado.
So, Jeffrey, I've heard you mention lately how you're not able to buy on YouTube on the auctions. Tonight you ain't got to. Yes, I'm leaving the price tag on it because I ain't ashamed of where I got it. I did not pay $1 because it's after Christmas, right? Christmas at the dollar store, that would be Dollar General. It's 50% off, at least in the village here. And it says here, I gotta pull it back because it's bleeding it out, but it is a square wooden with 2 round wooden beads and some ribbon, and it says Hope. And that, my friend, will be coming to you soon. You want to stick that over in the box? Just get Jeffrey's name on it. But since you're active in chat, I've got other stuff I could do, but I think you're the only active one here. I know some people,
cool.
and that's cool. And
we appreciate it.
what was it when I did the last one? Of course, it wasn't called the back porch. I stayed on the whole night, but it was an emotional night. And people came in with it. I was like, please. Oh. We've got about 8 minutes until the ball drops on mountain time. Let's show you what I got from Anitra. That's I Spy Queen. This was my first purchase from her. And it's been a while. I've cut back my spending. There are some folks I would buy from again. She is absolutely one of them. She packages well, or she did mine for sure. This is a Catholic, authentic Spain doll. Still has its tag there. Now, I look white, right? Maybe I even look American. Dude, nowhere in my DNA does it scream I'm American. What does scream is how much I am other ethnicities. It's Spain. It's one of them. And it's weird because we actually do eat more foreign than we do this one. This come from, yeah, this came from Angela, or was it Uni?
Remember?
I don't remember. It's either Angela or Uni. This came from the two old guys. Not everything in it, right? Some of the flowers that are in this came from Cool Ranch. But this wine bottle, it did not come with wine. Came from the two old guys. It was actually a gift. I was willing to pay for it though. But the two old guys are really genuinely who they are. They are not anything they don't portray themselves to be. They're just really genuinely good fellas. And I'm grateful to have met them in 2024. Wow. Camera is really good, huh?
It is. Once we get it away from the screen, I think.
And that's my Rainbow Lollipop. It's not for sale. This came from the Revive sisters. They definitely know how to package well. Not even kidding you. And I did mention to them not to get and think they knew how to package, but I made sure they knew that my packages typically went to Arrowhead Stadium before being delivered. Thank you, Jeffrey. I love sunflowers. I've even got a sunflower tattoo. And most of the time, if y'all's paying attention, you even know where it's tattooed at. You see it? What's this stuff? Nope. Back there. It's tattooed right behind my ear. But it's big enough, right? Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, your hair's long enough.
My hair's long enough now that can you see it that way? I can't look at the camera and look.
I know, I'm waiting for it to catch up. You can see a little bit of it.
So, yeah. I got a sunflower tattoo. It's actually a cover up because one time I was kind of ignorant that people, would be more accepting if I did crazy crap with them. So I might have got the same tattoos they did. So that's why I have the sunflower right there. Remember that?
I remember the other good both too.
Yeah, you did them when you weren't sober. Just before you got sober. Or no, the first
Sunflower.
one, the sunflower, you were sober. But the one before that, you were not.
Yeah.
So. And we are 3 minutes away, give or take. Let me see if I can get typed in quick enough. For the Colorado, also known as Mountain Time. Come on, phone. Mountain Time ball drop. So that would be 3 balls that have dropped tonight, right?
There you
go. Denver, Colorado. Ball drop. 2020 would be 2024 to 2025.
2025.
Whoop, whoop. And of course, I didn't pay for premium, so I gotta watch the damn ads at least till I can hit skip. Hey, wait, it's saying Happy New Year. It is not. Yeah, it hasn't dropped yet. It's getting ready to drop.
Yeah, got a minute.
Whoop, there it is. There it is. It's dropping. The ball in the Mountain Time, the Mile High City is dropping, y'all. Yep, the ball in the Mountain High, Mile High. Yeah, let's say Mountain High. Mile High Yep. And that is where we were raised. It's where Mr. Stuffney was born and raised. It's where our loved ones, many of our loved ones, now it's showing the countdown at 50. I don't know. It's kind of insane because it's showing, but then it's not. So who the heck knows? Maybe it already is.
It's right now.
Right now it shows. Yep. So Colorado is officially in 2025. Come on, California, catch up. Catch up. I mean that all
In respect.
in respect. Come on, Kelly.
I'm making it to town.
Mr. Stuffy said he's going to tap out.
Yeah, normally by now I'm like 5 dreams into my night.
5 dreams in.
Yeah. Yeah, something's probably I get off. What sounds good?
A medium rare steak with margarita. You ask.
Well, it sounds good that I can throw together without really having to work.
Webbles. Do y'all know what webbles are?
And I'm like, working for you.
You want to microwave my webbles?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Someone's going to know that later. I've already bet who is going to comment on this and be like, Stephanie, don't let Mr. Stephanie microwave your webbles. We're going to say sleep deprivation, y'all.
Definitely sleep.
Alright, I think I'm gonna side with him. I mean, this guy, this time, 21 years ago, we were still sitting in a hot tub
Yeah.
with snow on the ground. I was in my underwear. I did have underwear on, y'all. But I'm not even gonna lie, I was not sober. I was drunk. I was drunk enough that I forgot that I had a strapless bra on. So when I got out and I wrapped up in a towel and we walked back over because we were in the neighbor's hot tub with their permission. And we walked back into a house full of partiers. Everyone looked at me and I couldn't figure out why. And then I looked down and I'm like, oh, yeah, it looks like I'm naked. That's how it started.
Oh, man. I remember that night.
You remember Jennifer's, the look on her face? She was like,
her eyes were huge.
She was like,
I think I'm out.
And I'm like, what?
Oh, man.
And I looked down and I'm like, oh. Because it wasn't like a small towel. Like, it was the king size towel. Remember that?
Yeah, because
so it like covered from here. It covered from here to like my knees, and I'm 5'4", so I mean it was a lot of towel.
Yeah, we didn't even really think about it. We went walking in. It's like, hey, hey everyone, Happy New Year, and they're like, hey, Happy New Year. Well,
the only ones that knew there was apparently a strapless bra was your childhood best friend and his wife because they stuck around.
Yeah.
It's been a while, 21 years.
It has.
Lost a lot of good people in the first 20.
Oh, that's significant. That's 4.
Yeah, it's significant in the last 4. Yeah, when I was down for my medical trip, my grandma and I had a convo And she looked at me. Mind you, she's almost half my age, or I'm almost half her age. And she said, Steph, she goes, the difference between you and I as far as age, she goes, when I was your age, I had most of the people still around. Still had grandparents, aunts and uncles and cousins, and I mean there was a lot of cousins because the Porch family stuff. And she told me to go stuff. You don't hardly have anyone. And I looked around like, Grandma, I know. I've known that for good, better 4 years. And, I'm still trying to digest that because I think she's worried because in 2024 we lost Brian in the first week. And then less than 6 months later, we lost Empty. And then your auntie passed away not soon after Brian passed away.
Oh.
And then not soon after Brian passed away, there was actually another relative in my that passed away, but I wasn't close with them. It was someone in my grandmother's generation she grew up with. And my grandmother's the last of her family. And I know she's ready when the Lord's ready for her, but I think she's worried for me because it's one less person, right?
Right.
And
She
I had to remind her.
Past 100. And that woman's a strong-willed woman.
Yeah, she is. I had to remind her, for one, I am building a community. Part of that's here on YouTube. But past that, my mama was an orphan at a significantly younger age than I was when I lost both my parents by over half the age. And that's that, when the day comes that the sun is up for her the last time. But my tribe will be there, right? So I guess that's where I just want to be at, y'all, is the fact that 2024 did a lot. 2023 did a lot too. 2022, 21, and 2020. 2025, we gotta be the parents tell the years before, sit the hell down, shut the hell up. No more. We've made it this far from the pandemic till now. We are survivors. We're survivors even before that in many respects. But like so, that's really cool. It's time to reclaim what is ours. Not to forget the last 3, 4, 5 years, right? But to reclaim what's ours. To make the world a better place. I'm not in competition with anyone. I'm not. They may be in competition with whoever they want to be with, but I'm not. The only person I'm in competition with is the person I woke up with yesterday, and her name's Steph. I just try to be better than I was the day before, and I'll tell you what. Some days I fell miserably, and other days, I surprised myself. Either way, we've made it this far together. There's something said in the morning chats when they end it in their lives about love is free, kindness is free. And I want you all to remember that. There's a lot that 24 dealt that can't be taken back. If I'm not looking in a rearview mirror, I'm looking at what's in the horizon. And that's just where I'm at now. I'm looking for people that breathe life into chats and bring positivity. Doesn't mean we can't be human and need a moment. Maybe I even need someone to talk to. But being negative all the time, that's just not who I can be anymore. People affecting me to the effect that they have where I'm having health issues, not going to happen anymore. They've been evicted, right? The space that they filled in my head, the distractions of were there. They're going to be who they're going to be. I had a friend of mine. We weren't friends growing up. As a matter of fact, she hated me, I think. Good night, Jeffrey. Did baby girl come in?
No, he's just saying she's a nice person.
Baby girl is a
She's
nice
an
person.
amazing person.
She is. Oh my goodness. I watched a couple of her clips on when she's with roses. Um, she's as greatest person, and I found her to be another chat. Um, I could only hope that one day that we cross paths in real life and not just virtually. Um, this friend of mine, we have a lot in common, and she went and helped someone this summer on her expense. Came home after a bunch of drama. She still stayed by the person the whole time. Got him back home to their home state. And about a week into it, this person started accusing her of things she obviously hadn't done. And she finally went on social media, not here, but somewhere else, and vented about it because it just really hurt her in a way that, you know, and she ain't got many people in her life. She's lost a lot the last couple of years too. And I told her, let's see if I can bring it up really quick because it'd be quicker for you. Betty should really just think about not something that's easy to do. Shoot. Bring that, bring. Shit. I don't bring it up that way. It doesn't post a whole lot, so I should be able to find it relatively quickly. Whoa, give me a second. Give me a second, y'all. See, just like that, because I've been so distracted. I haven't checked her page out, and someone I grew up with and hung out with and everything else, at least in November, was missing. Alright, I'm gonna have to go back to that, because it's obviously related to a lifestyle that I stepped away from a decade ago. It's not easy every year playing someone else. Well, it's not fair. It's just someone, I mean, I spent my formative years with. Let's give me a second. Then no, I'm gonna screw it up. I try to say it, but maybe that's the way it's meant to. I think it's yep. So here it is. So the context is just the fact that the person and her hadn't had contact in a number of years. Person reached out, the one I'm talking about, in spite of everything, still took it upon herself to do the right thing and got this person home, U-Haul and all. And then they get home, and within a week or so, this person turns on them. No damn good reason, but turns on them. And this person, I mean, she was one out the expenses. She asked for nothing in return. And she had invested a lot, not talking of financial, but emotional support to this person so she can understand. This was 11 weeks ago, so you know where I was with emotion. I said, just my 2 cents. First, I'm sorry you experienced this. This is just my honest opinion. Know when to be done. Know your worth and value. Know your worth and value yourself more. We teach others how to treat us. If you allow this to continue, it's only the beginning of a toxic relationship. I know things happen, however, the way it was approached was and is unnecessary. You, my friend, deserve better. I know it doesn't sit right with you, and it shouldn't. Be grateful it happened now versus later. When people show you their true colors, believe them, no matter how much it hurts. Your future self will thank you. And that's the thing. I know a lot of people, and no one in particular, just in general, because there's a whole nother part of YouTube that Mr. Stephanie and I go to, and we don't share it. We don't mention it. We don't, I mean, we might mention that there's another space or two we go, but we don't put the associations to our neighborhoods here, not just there aren't great channels, and I'm not talking just resellers, but just in general, different neighborhood chats, but the drama never stops. It seems like there's always someone stirring the pot somewhere deliberately, not just gently. And so we just don't share those, right? I'm sure there'll be something in the grapevine about me ever mentioning anything to someone who think I was talking about them. And my thing is, if you think that I think about you that much, the only thing I'm thinking about is how can I better myself from yesterday and my experiences from then. What can I do that I failed to get done today that I can do tomorrow to improve someone else's experience? What can I do to breathe life into someone else's chat and still be genuine and authentic? What can I bring to my own channel to help make someone's life bearable when they're drowning, but not talking about it publicly? There's a lot of lessons in 2024. I will never thank God for testing me so much with people who wanted to destroy me and my family. Because, yes, it went that deep. We're still here. We're not going nowhere. But we're looking at 2025. 2024 can sit in the background. New Year's, I think we got some, don't we got some black eyed peas somewhere?
Probably.
If not, we're going to the store in the morning and we're getting some. I will. Miss Stephanie's gonna cook me some wobbles. You know what wobbles are? If you don't, it's eggs. I'm probably saying it wrong, but we're gonna call it sleep deprivation. I was really trying to push until Kelly turned to 2025, but I think they're 2 hours behind us. Right? No, yeah, they're 2 hours behind us. So I'll still probably kind of be awake because I gotta do my good nights to everybody. Something I do somewhere else. Because YouTube isn't all in place. Thank you for stopping in this evening. Thank you for being active. Thank you for being respectful. I know not everyone's getting along with everybody, and I'm not talking just me. For those that are struggling, that send me emails and then let me know later to delete them. Thank you. Because I'll tell you, the thing that's more exhausting than dealing with my own stuff is having an inbox that's full and seeing people's emotions without having a warning that they're coming. I can't fix what other people do. That would be like me asking other channels to get involved and to try to fix something that's irreplaceable. Or expecting them to repair something that isn't repairable. Sometimes we do so much damage to people, whether we know it or not, that you can't come back from it. So, for those of you that are struggling with that, and then I'll ask, well, Steph, are you still my friend? The short answer is yes. The long answer is, we just got to move past it. Not everyone's going to like us on YouTube. Not everyone's going to love us on YouTube. Some people are even going to hate us and want to see our downfall, regardless if we did anything really to them or not. And others, they just need a break because YouTube is only one outlet of many for folks. People go off screen and they have a whole life that they have to deal with that they don't talk about. For everyone that's been there for Mr. Stephanie and I without us asking, who stood with us in one way or another without asking, and just remaining true to who you are. Sincere thanks and appreciation. Right? I'm going to end with the video that we began with, and that video I released earlier in the week. It's my way without engaging with the drama. Those who have wanted nothing but whatever, that, it's my way of just, I've said it in the past that if anyone was associated with me causing them issues, they needed it. And I know I don't have those associations, but that still remains. And if I ever learn of it, then that person's going in an invisible box forever. It's already crowded in there. So, Jeffrey, it was good seeing you tonight. Thank you for all the positive stuff you put in chat tonight. Baby girl is amazing. There are so many others I've mentioned this evening that are amazing. I'm sure there's other stuff I could show. But I'm not going to show it tonight because, well, we've got 35 minutes before it's New Year's in Cali, and I'm going to watch their ball drop too. But so that'll be four balls that drop on one given night. Mr. Steph, he signaled 5, but hey, I guess that's an inside joke for y'all guys. Oh, it's 6. Lord have mercy. Y'all have a good night. Happy New Year's. Stay real with who you are. Don't let this platform or any other change who you are. Unless it's to improve yourself, like for real. Another thing. Level up. Right? Let's see. I gotta learn this camera. Level up. Be more than you were yesterday. Yeah. We'll see you at 4 o'clock tomorrow, and if we don't, we'll see you in the new year somewhere, I'm sure. Good night. Love y'all.